god! Holy shit!
Oh my god, it's so bright. Oh my god. Holy shit, dude. That thing looks freaking crazy.
Rewind. Rewind.
Yes! Yes! $69!
I'm gonna aim so far above his head.
Rewind.
I don't have superpowers yet, do I? Oh, he's got big eyes. Wait, superpowers? Do it. One shot him. Oh my god, he did. Wait, he one shot Cole.
Rewind.
Yo guys, what is up? Yo guys, what is up? Yo guys, 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 yo guys. Yo guys, what are we doing today? Welcome to our stream. How we doing? What's up, haters? How you doing, J-Balls? What's up, Adam? Big. Yeah, released yesterday. Boom, boom. What's up, Swift? How we doing? Boom, boom, boom. Get jump scared by the horror streams. Dude, we gotta play RE9. I don't know if we're gonna get to it today, but I'm very excited to jump into that. Boom, boom, boom. Hope y'all are doing well. Plan for today's stream is I want to work on kind of our video going over all of the new gear, where it drops from, and also I want to play through the bounty pack on our other characters because we only have played through it on Harlow so far. So should play through it on our characters as well. Did I? Jacob's Torque Daedalus Shotgun Shala on Harlow. Send a clip in sub chat. You got Jacob's Torque Daedalus Shotgun Shala. What the fuck? Yo, give me the drop. Give me the drop. When's the Frana build coming? It wouldn't be for a few days. We're doing some BL4 stuff right now. I basically posted the Frana build in the top 5 Descendants, though. That's just the build that I'm using. You're very anxious with Discord? What do you mean? Already have you invited? Just invite. Boom, boom, boom. I wasn't loving this Pearl, but I got a decent roll on it and it feels a bit better. The hand cannon with Ripper and a cryo override.
I know a snitch when I see one!
I'll fuck you up.
Old friends!
There's a good little bit of burst.
If only I had a sneeze here!
Yo, this thing's gonna be insane.
I'm tasting a new flavor, and it's
Whoa, that is a wild looking magazine. Dude, what the hell?
on my hot dog!
Yeah, that's gonna go crazy, dude. It's interesting. It looks like it's bouncing a lot, but it's shooting completely straight. Like, zero recoil. All those are headshots. Even though I can't even see his head.
Something to cry about!
Hey, so that's insane. Yeah, look how much damage it does, let's say. It rips on the Ordinite processors. I'm just throwing that.
So satisfying.
11 million damage in that burst. Just being a Torg pistol. Like, not even stickies. Crazy. Yo, that reload is also wild looking. What the fuck? Dude, this gun should have been a Pearl. There's an exodus taking place on Discord with their age verification. Interesting. Gotcha. And I'm not in the know. You got a roulette with Ripper. Yep. Very good. All right, we're gonna record. We'll just start the intro for this video, and then like we'll probably be recording it kind of all day, on and off.
Someone's ready for the big time!
I recorded. I re-recorded my like video talking about Hi Bird. Love you too. Talking about my opinions on the state of the pearls and the bounty pack. I don't know if I should post that today or tomorrow, but it's pretty critical. All right, let's record this little section. Yo guys, what is up? Max in our Borderlands 4 video, and today we're going to be going over all of the new gear added in the bounty pack, what ideal roles you should look for on them, where to farm them, slash where they drop from, and also kind of like a tier list on like where I think they stack up relatively amongst their peers. So I hope you guys enjoyed the video and the breakdown. Let's do this. Amazing for drill science. Word. I'm gonna go give this thing to my Vax, even though I want to use it on Arlo. Should we? Trying to think how we do this. What do you think makes more sense? To talk about the guns and rank them at the same time, or go over all of the guns, what they do, and then rank them at the end? Rank at end, second one. Okay, that's kind of what I was thinking. And do you think we should rank them amongst themselves? Or against all of the gear in the game? I'm probably just going to rank them against themselves. Be a little bit less complicated. Talk about guns then, rank. Okay. I agree. 1 second, I'm gonna log into this tier list maker. Steph, you know where my phone is? All right. So we're gonna do this in 2 sections. We're gonna talk about the guns, their ideal roles, and where to farm them first, and then we'll just do like kind of a ranking of them at the end. So first weapon to talk about is the Shala Shashka. I'm probably just gonna be abbreviating this as the Shala. This is a new Jacob's pistol. You do not need to own the new DLC to get this. Its dedicated drop is from the new Ordinite processor events. There is one in the DLC that you can do and go do. However, the other locations are just south of the makeshift chalet, right above the yawning yard. The other one is to the left of Should I Keep in this field here. And the last one is by Heritage Opus. Heritage Opus right here. And then the next processor is there. Which processor event you farm doesn't matter. As long as you're doing these processor events, you will have a chance to drop the Shala Shashka. Now, in my opinion, this is one of the best weapons that we got. Once again, we'll do a ranking later. However, this comes with the Awful Lot perk, which on reload, you gain a stack of exhilaration. Each stack of exhilaration increases the number of possible ricochets by 1. This stacks up to 5 times for 5 Jacob's ricochets, which is disgusting. It also has a pretty wide perk pool. I think getting Daedalus Shotgun on this is incredible because it turns it basically into a masher pistol. Getting Torg on it is also nice. You can go for Ripper if you want to fire it full auto. I don't like Ripper personally on this just because Ripper to me feels a little awkward for mobbing. So my god roll would be Jacob's, Daedalus Shotgun, and then either most likely Torg Impact. Torg Stickies is fine too. The Hyperion Shield isn't the worst thing to get. That's the roll that I was using a lot. But this on like Infinicrit Harlow, Bleed Vex, Ranger Rafa, all builds basically would benefit from this thing. A very, very solid pistol. Does anyone have a bubbles that isn't cryo irradiation? I wouldn't use it on Amon personally. Do we get production creds on the YouTube video? Yeah. Boss, are we cooked? What's up, Gas Mask? Dude, I enjoy the bounty pack. I just really don't like how they did pearls. I think they screwed the pooch very hard. What's the best gun to melt ordnance mobs? Wombo or Dark Beast? Both are good. I'd probably pick Dark Beast personally over those two. Forrest Gump or Morgan Freeman? We don't have those options.
Here, this is a low production. I've got deep voice and squeaky voice. You've got bubbles and fire. How do you get pearls? Check my YouTube, Swan. I got a whole guide on it. You got bubbles and electric? Okay, cool. I've, as you can see, gotten it in mainly radiation. Sorry about that.
Our next gun to mention is the Bubbles Assault Rifle. Now, I actually like this thing a fair bit. I've mainly got it to roll in radiation or cryo. I have heard that it can roll in other elements. I think it's all elemental available. This is a Vladoff AR that will come with the perk Squeaky Clean. This shoots bubbles, and those bubbles actually do a fair bit of damage. Their big downside is their projectile velocity is very, very small or slow, so they're hard to hit moving targets. They also kind of move a little bit erratically, as you can see. Like, I was lined up there and it went like around his head there. So it's kind of a weapon that you want to use a bit like a shotgun. You need to be relatively close. However, if you are close with the right rolls, it hits pretty hard. Now, Jacob's on this weapon is a little bit interesting. Jacob's roll will ricochet projectiles, but it will not ricochet... Oh, you know, I thought it didn't ricochet bubbles, but it actually looks like it does. It looks like it's a bit of a mix. Like, the bubbles are going out, but there's also some projectiles. But Jacob's definitely going to be something you want to look out for on this thing. Yeah, it looks like some bubbles, some projectiles. Interesting. But Jacob's really helps. The other thing that would be very, very nice on this... do I have an example? Dosha got spread launcher. Nice. Is either Ripper for a little bit faster fire rate would be nice. Ripper rolls at least, it looks like about 2 more fire rate on it. The other thing that would be nice is Daedalus Shotgun or Daedalus SMG for even more fire rate. Kind of the only real downside of this gun is it does fire a bit slower by default, but its projectiles do hit hard. So either Daedalus or Ripper to speed up that fire rate and projectile speed. Also, sorry to start work on a video at the start of stream. We're gonna be playing quite a bit today. I need gameplay of all of these weapons, which we also need to go get. Oh, you know, we should do it by boss. So we do both bosses by the thing, so we're not going back and forth. If you want to farm the bubbles, you can do so by killing Chisabella in the new bounty pack. I show my rep kit in a second, yeah.
It's you and me, champ.
The next weapon to mention, the next weapon that drops from Chisorella is the Mercurius. This is a new Vladov submachine gun that has the unique perk Fleet-footed bullet damage scales with movement speed. Now, the number one important thing to understand with this gun is the bullet damage scales not off of your spec movement speed, but of your actual movement speed. So, for example, if you have 100% movement speed, but you're standing still, it won't do any extra damage. So just like show that off real quick. If I am standing still with, here, let me take off my amp shield so it's not confusing. So if I am standing still, we shoot the target, we do 1,700 damage. That number is slightly going up because of my specialization. But if we're standing still, we do like 1,742 damage on the target dummy. If I start moving at all, we basically do double damage. So you do want to be moving at all times while shooting this thing. You basically double your damage by doing so. And Mercurius is in the bounty pack, yeah.
Time to run, friends. I'm tasting a new flavor, and it's you.
If we get stacks and a fair bit of movement speed, now when we shoot, we do 6,000. That was with a crit. 4,918 without. And then if we get that stacked up and shoot, now we're doing 41. So the ratio does increase. You do get more damage the more movement speed that you have. And you do want to be moving at your max amount of movement speed when shooting this thing, which makes it a great fit for Rafa. You have a major complaint? What's the complaint? Now the biggest issue with the Mercurius, I think this is definitely a good mobbing weapon. Personally, don't love it for bossing. Is its really slow fire rate. So you want to spec into a lot of fire rate to make this thing good. Things that would help with that are getting Daedalus shotgun for more ammo per shot. Daedalus SMG technically could work here. Wait, I take that back. Top right guy, I need to be fired. You can't fire me. For the rolls in the Mercurius, the biggest issue this gun has is its fire rate. While it can do a fair bit of damage, it shoots relatively slow for an SMG, which can be tough while you're moving so fast. So you're going to want to spec a ton of fire rate if you're going to use this thing, which fortunately Rafa has. And then for your god roll, in my opinion, it's going to be a Jacobs for extra ricochets, because this is a mobbing weapon in my opinion, and Daedalus shotgun for extra projectiles to compensate for the lack of projectile bullet speed or fire rate. You think a Tedior? What, for Tedior checking? That'd be interesting if a Tedior reload scaled with the movement speed. Do any of you have a Mercurius in Tedior? You got one with Merv. Throw the TDR. See if it scales with your movement speed. I'm doing well. Ghost, how you doing? Yeah, put it in the complaint box. Farming your roulette. Nice. I needed to test this thing. This Fleabag gun is weird. Interesting. Okay, that's how I thought it worked. Look, so like, if you damage this guy and then shoot and miss, those all go to them and then detonate. So like, if you're not missing, you benefit from this thing at all? You know what I mean? That seems pretty bad. I like the new bounty pack. Is Vex a good choice? Vex is a great choice, yeah. What perk on it for Cruise, Harlow? I'm not sure what you're asking. Looks like super small impact damage. Yeah. I mean, it's hardly doing damage. It doesn't explode when you direct hit. No, it does stickies. And then when you reload, every sticky that I missed then goes to the target. Which is weird. I think it does increase the damage when moving. What, with a TDR throw? We can mess around with it. If we need to like re-record anything or we got the wrong roll, we can always re-record. Who drops the flea bag? Why don't I have that in my notes? Oh, Stone Demon. I do. Never mind. Next, we're going to talk about the weapons that drop from Vortex. The first is the Roulette. I made a 7-minute video on this thing yesterday, so I'm not going to go too in-depth. But basically, it gains a bunch of different buffs whenever you reload it, like the Lucky 7 from Borderlands 3, from increased mag size to more crit damage to higher fire rate. And if you get a Ripper roll on this, it overrides the annoying charge-up mechanic of it being order to turn it into basically a full auto SMG. And if you get multiple of its rolls, let's see if we can get lucky here. There's a 7 roll. It turns into just an absolute machine. One of the highest fire rate or DPS guns in the game right now. Definitely, if there's anything that you should go farm in this bounty pack, this would be my #1 recommendation, is trying to get a Roulette with a Ripper roll. You could also try to go for Jacobs or Daedalus Shotgun, depending on what you're looking for. But this drops from Vortex. Use Killspring Warpaint? Yes. On most builds, I use the Warpaint for bossing with Chrome and Rage, and for mobbing, I'm almost always using a Killspring with usually movement speed buffs. The 40% movement speed. Doe shot. The next gun from Vortex is the Doe Shot. Now, this is a really, really sick gun, but you wouldn't really know it unless you get the ideal roll, and that is actually going to be a Ripper roll. By default, the Doe Shot has 5 in the mag. When you shoot this thing, it basically, when you click the trigger, it'll dump all of the ammo in the mag. So if you have 5, you shoot 5 times and then reload. However, if you get a Ripper roll, the magazine goes crazy and goes from 5 to 20, and then it also fires quicker. And then you've basically got a fully auto Jacob shotgun, and the Doe Shot also ricochets projectiles. So you've got a crazy mobbing weapon that actually can put out some pretty decent boss DPS. So Ripper is definitely, in my opinion, the ideal role. You could also get, I believe, Torg on this. Torg stickies could be kind of wild with Ripper plus Jacobs. I've got a really nice SMG one that ups the fire rate on it, which is quite nice. But I think I'd probably prefer Torg, either or. Seems like they all need Ripper. Yeah, Ripper is doing some good things right now, which is cool. You know, everything's always been mandatory Jacobs, but the Jacobs weapons like Rippers. To farm Vortex, you're going to want to go along the Demon's Domain all the way to the right to go farm up on this right side, Vortex. Next, we're going to talk about the dedicated drops from Stone Demon. This is the main boss in the DLC. You can't miss it. It is pretty much in the lead middle area, and your objectives will lead you there. The first weapon to mention from Stone Demon is the Flea Bag. This is a Torg AR. I don't have a ton of rolls to mess around with this thing, but its a special effect seems pretty bad. I think technically a Jacobs would be interesting. But basically, this weapon can roll in different elements, and it rolls with the Ringleader perk. Sticky projectiles move to the most recently hit target. So if I hit this target, and then I shoot the ground a bunch, you'll see that those stickies that I missed will actually go to the target. So shoot him, and then shoot the ground, reload. Those stickies then get attached, and then all of them detonate. So if you're missing your shots, this seems like it could be an interesting weapon. I don't have a Jacobs roll to test on this, unfortunately, because maybe that could go do some weird things with it most recently hit target and then constantly hitting multiple targets. Could maybe duplicate stickies. Haven't tested yet, but that is the weapon. We do need to go farm for that. I need to see if it does replicate projectiles. Next, we get the Broken Wings. This is basically the Sandhawk weapon from Borderlands 2, or technically you might know it from Borderlands 3 as the sniper, but it is now a Maliwan gun, and it still has the kind of classic flying bird pattern. When you shoot this thing, it shoots out these projectiles that will do a wave pattern. These projectiles do spread out pretty quickly, so it's more of a close range weapon if you want to get all of the projectiles to hit an enemy. And this weapon also has some interesting things with the shotgun mode on Daedalus. If this is the normal wave, this is what a shotgun wave looks like. It like basically doubles your projectiles, which is kind of crazy. So I think a Daedalus roll with this plus Jacobs is what you're going to be looking for. That's going to give you tons of ricochets and tons of extra projectiles. You will absolutely ruin your ammo very, very quickly unless you're on an infinite ammo build. So that can be a little bit difficult to sustain. If you don't have that, Ripper can be nice for the extra fire rate. And also, like, I think this could potentially drop with Torg Stickies. Torg Stickies with the Daedalus shotgun could potentially be crazy, or just Torg Stickies in general on this. Unfortunately, I haven't gotten that roll yet, but it fires so many projectiles that could be a way to amp up this gun's single target. Right now, really don't like this gun for bossing. However, for mobbing, it's pretty solid. You should farm Axmal. True. Do I have a copy of this Hop Shield on me? Hardened Hopscotch. Spawns a singularity when armor segment breaks. Come on. Let's go see what that looks like. I haven't tried this yet. Let's see. Hopefully big singularity. Wait, what? Did I read this wrong? Spawn a singularity when an armor segment breaks? That just not work? Oh, maybe it wasn't when I put it on. I don't think the armor was like charged up. Okay. Going. Okay. Pretty small radius. Is this a crazy tanky shield? They're really struggling to break it. I'd have to compare it to some other shields. What was it, like 20k, 25k base? Seems kind of insane. I'm playing RE9. I will. I'm just not playing it right now. I wouldn't miss it. I played all of the most recent ones. I've ever played the Division 1 or 2. I played the Division 2. I really like 2. I never got into 1. Let's see. Let's see. Shield. Fireworks is 10k. Bladed is 11. Turtle is 20k. It does seem like it's quite a bit of shield. Cinderella's a 15k shield. Super Soldier is 21k without a roll. Okay. Seems like a good tanky shield. I don't think those enemies are helping. You want a 3-segment one? Can it roll with 3 segments? Is Bod, Teen Witch, Amp Shield still the go-to for Vex? For killing these Ordinite enemies, for sure. Having anything with Splash is really nice. For mobbing, you just whip out any Jacob's weapon. Any pearls yet? Yeah, I got a ton. It's honestly easier to get pearls than it is a fair bit of the legendaries in this game, unfortunately. One of the pearls is like a 7.5% drop rate. Like, it's really not that rare. Well, that guy ripped right through him, man.
Wanna see my new invention?
Oh, that's definitely not getting us out of this. Pearl for the win.
Another shot for another shot.
Singularity duration is abysmal. Yeah, it's pretty silly. The next thing that drops from Stone Demon is the Hopscotch Shield. This comes with the Shook perk. You spawn a Singularity when an armor segment breaks. The actual Singularity's range and duration on this is incredibly lackluster. However, the base of this shield seems to be like 21k. Shield is relatively high with 0 like actual shield perks. If you could roll this with some extra shield perks to get it to a higher capacity, this would be genuinely probably one of the tankier options that you could go for. You could also get it with 3 segments instead of 2, so you could have more Singularities proccing more often. So if you're looking for like a tanky shield, this could be a decent option with a little bit of utility. However, it doesn't really, the Singularity part of it, in my opinion, is underwhelming. Sturmdrang, I think was the last boss called. I didn't put down drops for them. One of them is the hair trigger, and I think the other one is the laser discer. The last boss and the most hidden boss in the DLC is Sturmdrang, which is a Destiny reference. The weapons that drop from this, you can find it, by the way, from going up kind of to this top area. You want to not go towards Chisabella. Chisabella is kind of like underground. If you stay towards this top area, then you can find this route to lead you to Sturmdrang. And the first weapon to mention from it is the laser discer. Now, this is a technically returning weapon from the pre-sequel. The pre-sequel had a laser discer. However, this gun doesn't shoot lasers or discs, so I'm a little bit confused by it. This gun does do increased damage to airborne enemies. However, the like actual damage on it, fire rate is all really, really low. I have been told from my friends that are big Tediore users that this is actually one of the better weapons for Tediore builds. You're going to want to be looking for good Tediore rolls, such as like a homing replicator. I don't have one of those yet, but high mag size, good Tediore rolls. Seems like this thing could be pretty good. However, a little unfortunate that it doesn't shoot lasers or discs. I was kind of hoping for something a little bit cooler than like another Tediore. Have any of you gotten a hair trigger with a part? I've gotten 3 to drop and none of them came with a part. Let me see the pearl. We get a lot of pearls. A lot of pearls. No part on yours either. Okay. But isn't doing shit. Sticky Bod's really good. I love the Dark Beast. Dark Beast is really good against the crystals. Okay. The other weapon is the hair trigger. This is a Ripper shotgun. I've seen it come in multiple elements. The only thing that I haven't seen, and I've asked chat, doesn't seem like they have gotten one either, is parts on this thing. I'm just not sure if it can roll parts or not. I've only seen 3, so I don't have like a full summary on it. But this is a really kind of difficult weapon to use. Basically, you shoot a projectile, and then when you let go, it explodes. But the projectile happens immediately, and then the Ripper charge is just timing to detonate it. So you like shoot immediately and then Ripper detonate. The issue with this gun is when things get chaotic, it's kind of hard to like see where your projectiles are and tell if you are like when you're detonating it. And it also does self damage, so when I tried to use this thing most of the time, I ended up just killing myself, and I felt like the damage was a little bit lackluster. This, in theory, looks like it could be a good dot weapon. However, the dot rolls that I've gotten on it, it being like a Ripper shotgun, are just underwhelming. I'm not really quite sure what you would use this thing for. It does have a decent AoE radius, so maybe if it did more damage, it could be good for like the new Vile or Ordinite enemies. But right now, pretty mid in my opinion. Dude, this is gonna be a long video. Pascaroni. What's up, dude? Thank you for the raid. Also, Ismar, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Just have too many guns in general on us right now. How are you, bud? I'm doing good, Pask. How you doing? Phosphine Roulette's giving Needler from Halo. Hell yeah. No, the Mercurius is not in the battle pass. It's the Mercredi. Haven't used this grenade yet. Maybe it's good. It's supposed to distract enemies. That is not what I was expecting to happen.
Now you're really ripped.
Grenade's alright. I mean, the whole purpose of the grenade is to distract enemies, but it doesn't look like it's distracting them very much. Let's try some human enemies, see if they change where they're shooting at. Has the new items helped or hindered your builds? Unfortunately, I don't think any of the builds are any of the weapons from what I've tested so far are like build altering or worth building around, if that makes sense. Like, there's new guns that are good and we would use them on our existing builds, but you know what I mean? Like, I don't see any that are like, wow, like I'd have to totally change my build to use this thing properly. Okay. They did turn and shoot at it. It looks better on non like melee enemies. They turn and go to shoot at it. Roulette maybe. I mean, like, nothing on Infinicrit would change. I could see you changing your build around a little bit to use the Mercurius SMG because it scales off of movement speed. I could see you doing something a little bit different with that. And the status effect sniper for Vex, you could build a little bit around. The latest Ranger Rafa build pumps out a ton of damage, but it did so to sacrifice survivability. I personally, now that I've used them both quite extensively, I like the survivability build a little bit more. We have so much damage anyways. Doesn't feel good losing, dying and losing survivability, even though you do more damage. So I'll be updating Ranger Rafa. You take care, Pask. Appreciate the raid. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now let's go over the vault card weapons, which are the Tank Buster, the Mercurius, the Arctan, and the countermeasures. So, to start, the Tank Buster, I have yet to see rolls on this. A lot of the weapons I have yet to see actual rolls on. Let me roll another Tank Buster. We've done a few, and I don't think I've gotten anything good on it yet. Hyperion. Hyperion. Anyone got that with a Jacobs yet? Any good concerts lately? Not really. For the vault card weapons now, the first is the Tank Buster. This is a pretty unique sniper rifle. It rolls with funnel, which heals nearby enemies to deal an additional damage per enemy healed. This with like sniper Vex with a fair bit of enemies around can hit pretty hard. I don't really see myself using it over other sniper rifles for the simple fact that like the healing also isn't super great. A lot of times you're like full healing nearby enemies, and it just felt like a little bit more cumbersome and slow to use for mobbing on Vex than using something like the Stray. Ideally, I think you'd get this with a Jacobs roll and use it on Sniper Vex. The next weapon is the Arctan. This is actually a weapon that I enjoy. It doesn't come with any rolls, but it does shoot these like kind of big canisters that will bounce. They do an explosion, and initially not all that great. However, it does do some pretty respectable boss damage because it's a weapon that only is able to fire twice. You get like I guess technically 4 shots, but it does them in like a burst. But you only have a very, very limited amount of mag size. However, the projectiles do a bunch of damage, and it doesn't list it, but the sticky part of the gun, if you're using like Infinite Crit Harlow or Vex or Infinite Ammo Amon or Ranger Rafa and stacking the stickies like any other sticky weapon, it hits pretty hard. This one does hit quite hard because I don't think it was very much intended to be able to do that, but with the infinite ammo builds you can stick up a ton of these big explosions. They hit really, really hard. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like this can roll with parts. And then the last weapon is the Mercurius. This is a dataless gun that comes with cyclical, cycles between different firing styles on reload, while target locked to gain a stacking buff that gains 50% damage per stack. So if you fire an Atlas tracker dart in an enemy, you're going to get an increase in damage to them. And then every time that you reload this gun, it changes its style. So right now you can see in the bottom corner is an AR. If I reload, it is now a sniper. So now it shoots slower. It all still consumes AR ammo. Now it's a shotgun. It'll shoot multi-pellet. And this gun could theoretically be cool. Unfortunately, it doesn't deal gun damage. It doesn't work with any thing that increases to gun damage or inner synergies that work with gun damage or crit damage. It's just completely bugged and is one of the worst guns that they put in the game. For example, on Infinicrit Harlow, it cannot critical hit because it is not gun damage and it does not proc excited state or any of these things. It does not benefit from like 90% of the things that you're using, so it doesn't really do any damage. This gun on paper could be pretty interesting once they fix it. I have reported that to Gearbox, but at the moment, I would stay very, very far away from using your points on getting this thing. You did get parts on it? Noted. I'll put a little overlay on it. I gotta go farm more parts then, or more drops. I think your like first roll just guarantees you to not get any parts, and then your subsequent ones can. Honestly, I might move this Shala Shashka to S tier. I think it's S. Caps lock, please. I'm a little torn on this. On these. I think Dough Shot deserves to be A. Broken Wings I've been underwhelmed by. What's up, Ren Shell? How you doing? Does Roulette really work with Spectres reloading? You stack buffs with the Spectres? I doubt it. It's pronounced Macready. Macready. Any of the pearls S tier? I don't think so. I'd say all the pearls would be ranging from B to A, in my opinion. You feel like Mercurius and Broken should be moved down? You mean from to C tier? I don't think they're C tier. I just don't know if I would consider Bubbles to be A. I wish I had one that wasn't COV. You have a Ripper Daedalus shotgun bubble? How is it? Spoiling the new stuff, hell yeah. No, I don't think any of the pearls are quite S tier. I went on a rant about it on Twitter. The thing is, I don't think the pearls need to be S tier. And I know a lot of people might disagree with that. But, like, I don't need the pearls to be, like, the best weapons in the game. I just need them to be unique enough that they justify being in a different rarity. And, like, maybe they're really strong if you're there, like, you build around their, like, very specific gimmicks or something like that. You know what I mean? But, like, I don't think they need to be, like, the best thing ever. I think they need to be good, right? But, like, if a pearl isn't better than the bot, like, you know, you're not going to hear me complaining. You know, I just don't feel like they deserve the pearl rarity is my issue with them right now. Okay, this thing looks like it slabs. The COV is gonna absolutely kill its DPS here. It's not really the gun's fault and just have a shit roll. Yeah, I mean, this is better than a lot of weapons we've used. Never mind. Okay, definitely deserving of its spot. Yeah, only 3. Are you using frame gen? Yep. Frame gen at 180 FPS. I'm doing alright, but farming a new boss to get a roulette. I got like 11 of them, but all goddamn order. Well, it's always going to come in order. It's an order gun. You can't get it without order. You just need to get order plus Ripper. It's okay. Try hard. I do want to know if Broken Wings can roll Torg Stickies, because that could change its whole rating. All right. All right, this is my kind of ranking of the new weapons. I don't have pearls in here. I didn't talk about pearls because we made a whole dedicated video for pearls yesterday. In general, though, I would say the pearls are around high B to low A tier. But for S tier weapons is the Roulette and the Shala Shashka. I think I might have misspelled that there. Both really, really powerful weapons. Definitely must-haves. In A tier, I think the dough shot, the bubbles, and the laser discer as a TDR are deserving of the A tier. I have heard that Mercurius can be potentially a good Tedior throw. I haven't gotten one myself, but potentially if the movement speed scales the Tedior damage, could be really strong. That would definitely move it up into A tier. I currently would place it in B. The Broken Wings is a solid SMG. Just I think it like a 20 to 30% damage buff would put it in a really good spot. Fleabag, weird gun. Arctan, I could see putting it a little bit higher. I just don't think it fills any sort of niche, but the damage is solid. And then the Tank Buster is also, you know, a little bit more of a niche use weapon. Usually when I do my tier list, it's like S tier weapons are not only good, but useful on like literally every build in every scenario. And then in our C tier, we've got the Hair Trigger and the Hopscotch. And in F tier, we've got the Mercurius. Guys, that's going to do it for the video. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you found it informative. Plan to do a lot more coverage and update some of our builds for Borderlands 4. But yeah, guys, that'll do. I'll catch you on the next one. Take care. Peace. Is there any way to get splash radius outside of firmware? Outside of firmware? I don't think so. You just got here? No, Andrew, I'm not leaving. It was just for a YouTube recording. I'm not going anywhere. Boom, 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 boom. All right, let's go run through on Vex. Let's go do a little run through on Vex. Do you know if the Game Avoid is still not working? Haven't seen any mention of it in patch notes, but I also haven't retried it. We haven't run through it on Vex yet, or Amon. So come right on my parade.
You even know what you want?
Yo, have any of you seen the cover of this song by Mafra? Any knowers? So good. I've listened to her cover of this song like maybe 40 times, if I'm being real. You don't like it? I really like it. I mean, the original song is great too, but I very much enjoy the cover. Yeah, Circle with Me is great too. What's the best new weapon for Amon in this DLC?
One time, when I was eating a sandwich, I got this.
I mean, like, the best weapons are not elemental, and I think Amon really likes elemental guns. You know what I mean? So, like, that's a little bit tough. Maybe the bubbles. But more likely the Shala Shashka and the Roulette and just make it work. Isn't the best Amon build playing Rafa? Wait, that's Bloom Reaper. Have I not done Bloom Reaper on what? Where's the Mines mission? It says it's here.
Do you believe in demons?
Grab that as well.
A raid boss. R-A-I-D. Really, actually
Harlow's been my favorite, but Harlow's been my favorite since launch.
impossible to defeat. You probably
How do you have 82 extra items in the bank? Because one of my characters has more bank space than the other. Fuck. Should we go kill Bloom Reaper first? I don't want to fight Bloom Reaper. Just get it. Just go knock it out. I think this is my most played save. Kit Kat, Snickers, Monster. That's a good one. Set them apart from legendaries? Yes. The only thing with the elemental swap perk is like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, for example, let's say you get a kinetic gun, right? A lot of the pearls roll like kinetic with an elemental override. Let's say you get an elemental override for radiation, right? Radiation and kinetic both do 100% damage to flesh enemies. So it'll just never proc on flesh enemies. Meaning the only time you'll ever get it to do radiation damage or cryo damage is against shielded or armored enemies. But there's zero reason you'd ever want a cryo or radiation then, because it would always be better just to have shock or corrosive, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like if it's only going to activate on shield bars or armor bars, then you'd want the element that does the highest. So basically 2 of the elemental swaps are completely worthless. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't feel like it was thought through. Here, this is what I posted. I think this would have been way cooler. Just my opinion. The new override element that rolls on pearls is a big mess. The override simply doesn't impact your gameplay or change the way you build or use the gun. Whether it has the override or not, you're always using the gun the same way. But imagine this. Shock override chains lightning to enemies, making it good for mobbing. Corrosive override spawns venomous spiders that spawn stickies on the enemy, making it good for single target. Fire override spawns high dot damage lava pools. Cryonova emits from chilled enemies. Just an example, but this would provide a visual indicator that the guns are actually unique and special and would change the way you build and use them. Want a new pearl shotgun for mobbing, try to get it with a shock override, and for bossing, maybe you'd want corrosive. This would be 10 times more interesting than the current implementation, but is just a single example out of many of a more interesting way to make pearls unique. My hope is that this override element is just for the first batch of pearls, and the next batch will have a totally new perk. Grant responded, pearls have the override and a unique perk based on the gun's design. Like a legendary, we wanted pearls to feel unique, but not completely overpower legendaries. The pearl rarity will continue to grow and have unique capabilities. And then I said, appreciate the response. My issue is that neither the base weapon or the override makes them feel any different than a normal purple gun that might sometimes do fire or shock damage. We're talking about Borderlands here. That is some of the craziest and unhinged weapons in any game, yet the rarest of rare guns for the most part just play like most other guns. Just to be clear, I don't think pearls need to be stronger than legendaries, but they do have to feel different. The override is essentially like a plus 75% damage to one bar type, and it's not controlled by the player. It dealing more damage sometimes doesn't affect your gameplay. The above overrides would change your gameplay and provide a large visual indicator that this gun is different because of the wild effects. I do think if the base Pearl had more unique bullets or gameplay altering effects, the override could be overlooked, but in my opinion, the gun itself needs to stand out, and right now I wouldn't be able to tell that they're a Pearl without the teal item guard. Little harsh, but it is what it is. Like, unless it was the only reason that you know it's a Pearl is because it's teal. You know what I mean? I mean, that was a reply to the dev team. I've also sent that to them privately now as well. Doo-doo. Basically, pearls are like a quality of life thing. But the other issue with the override, unless I'm wrong, but I have yet to get either the shotgun or the pistol in an element, and I've dropped a ton of them now. Like, I'd rather just get it in the element I need for my build and have it always active would be better than, like, a sometimes bonus element. Like, on it, Gas Mask has a great tweet to this. Where is it? We wanted pearls to feel unique. Literally, Eigenburst, damage increases as loaded ammo decreases. Bugbear scales up to 100% damage and 200% damage radius as the emptiness of the magazine, based on the emptiness of the magazine. Like, it's not even a unique effect in the game that it's in. You know what I mean? The mechanic of the gun is that it does more damage as the mag gets lower. Not on UVH6. I know. I haven't unlocked UVH6 on this character. That's why we're going over here. You did get an elemental gun? Okay. See, that makes it a little bit more interesting. But yeah, I've yet to get either of the Pearl, the pistol, or the shotgun in an element. Fast enhancement for Ripper. You'd want the Vindicator Ripper roll. That gives you increased gun damage and stacking gun damage. I feel like we're going to get absolutely mobbed by Bloom Reaper. Maybe we'll be fine. I'm going to try using the Shala Shashka for this mobbing part. See if it does good things. I think we're probably going to want a triple bypass. See if this thing cooks. Get our ricochets up. Okay. Doesn't look as good as like a Dark Beast here. Doesn't look terrible. No, come back here. Boom, 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 boom. Yo.
I wasn't even nervous.
What's up, Stag? How you doing? Alright, we unlocked 6. That's all we were here for. Cool. Hey, wishing you a speedy recovery, Stag. You blew out your subwoofer in your car, blasting the Mellow on Black Side soundtrack. Based. Favorite song? Oh, I hate that question. I'm so bad at that kind of stuff. I don't know. Like, favorite book, favorite movie, favorite anything. I'm not good at answering. I don't like making decisions. Wait, really? Yeah.
Ah, Wellspring.
Dude, my thing when I go to a restaurant is I just ask the waiter what they recommend, and whatever they say is what I'm getting.
An infernal creature, not of this world.
I found that usually works. Usually get something that's good.
Augur sacrifices over the years. My brother Pietro among them. I have long petitioned the council to send a hunting party.
You need to try that? Oh, it's great.
As usual, they lack the spine. So, I must ask for your
I'm not very picky, so if they say something's good or like
on your
ask them like whatever their most popular item is and whatever they say is what you're eating.
I couldn't bear for this hellion to take any more people I care about.
Oh, I care about you too, buddy.
I took the liberty of locking the entrance to the mine, given the heaps of death waiting within. Simply ring those bells to open the way. Some would have run
Only downside on this current spec is it's for
careful
gun that doesn't reload, so we're not expecting any reload speed.
no return.
So is the DLC on L? I don't think so, no.
A point of optional return then. Regardless, grave danger lies.
I think they fucked up on Pearls, but I like the DLC.
The hell's this thing? I'm loading up. You're good, but I'm better.
Boom. I'm already at like 14 hours played in just this bounty pack. For $12, I think it justifies its price. If you're just gonna run through the bounty pack
These guys.
and do it once and call it a day, and you don't have any interest in farming the gear and stuff like that and getting good rolls, yeah, I could see you saying that this isn't worth. But like, if you plan on like playing through it on multiple characters and farming the gear, like, I would say it's pretty worth. Personally.
Slam. All done.
Fuck Witchy Trigger Finger. Give me Grave Harvest.
Big guy coming for my Ordinite, huh?
I can't breathe! I can't breathe! Did you magic my oxygen away?
Please put your takedown with randomized bosses. Randomized boss takedown.
Can help you now.
I can't tell if that is working on his crystals or not. I don't think so.
Process this.
Boom, boom, boom.
Ba-ba-ba-bang.
For $15, you think it's an L? I mean, I would just agree to disagree. It's $12 where I live. Look, if I hated it and I thought they fucked up and it wasn't worth, I would say so. But dude, most games it's $10 for a single cosmetic. This is 4 bosses, like 12 weapons, a whole new area, new cutscenes. I'm already at like 14 hours played, so I technically would have gotten like $1 per hour. I don't know. If that's not worth to you, that's fine. I do think it's I do think personally it's worth. I think they royally fucked up on pearls. Almost every single aspect of pearls is a mistake. From their rarity to their perks to the weapons themselves to how they're farmed. Literally like 0 for 5.
Today's the day. I can feel it.
Pearls are sad. Yeah. What are the pearls to get? Oh, you get one guaranteed every time you do this mission. And the rest are like, one of them's like a 7% drop rate. And the other one I think is 1% or 1.5.
My brother never believed in the mountain's divinity. He would ask, why worship a rock when it cannot love you back?
Thank you.
Cruel irony that he had to sacrifice
Unlucky
himself
roll.
to save it. By the way, Wellspring, did I mention that
What kind of gun am I using? I am using the Oh My God.
mountain alive in a century?
It is a very cool SMG.
Very nice commemorative plaque, I promise.
Not very good on most characters. However, Vex has some really crazy synergies with it.
Despite everything the mountain had done for us, he refused to acknowledge its godliness. It was this rebelliousness that gave him his name.
Dude, getting elemental overrides on existing guns could have been like a cooler implementation of pearls. Imagine how much content we'd have to farm right now if you could go farm like an elemental override, an oh my god, like this gun that I'm using that's shock locked. But if I could get it in a pearl version, it would like override its element to fight, to do different enemies. Like that could be crazy. I'm not saying that's what pearl should have been, but like literally, dude, that would have been so much more content. Dude, you got to go farm like everything again to go get in like a cool special pearl version with an extra element. Like my fucking bod changing to corrosive damage for armored bars, like the amount of extra damage you would get from that is wild. Also, I just turned up the game volume. I feel like it was pretty quiet. Shock Aegon's dream. Yeah, dude. Plasma coil and fire.
Whoa. Now what is that loot all about?
The Hellwalker override. Yeah, dude. That means that. Give Infinicrit Harlow a rad Hellwalker. See what happens.
Next doctor's is Gore Emporium.
Ever fought a siren? Fall down.
Boom, 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 boom. This is exactly the same skill tree as what, which nothing's changed. Can roulette roll with multiple parts. Yup. Alright, we technically just need to go kill the main boss of this. The Rainbow Sparkle, those are phosphine weapons. They're like a super rare skin. Doesn't actually change the gun's damage or anything about the gun, but it's like a super rare skin that can roll on them. And you can use that skin to apply to all variations of that gun. So if the gun you got comes with a bad part, you can apply it to your other ones. That is like the most unfortunate death ever. He killed me with a grenade as I was flying up here. And then both enemies died at the bottom somehow. Other than Ripper, I think Daedalus Shotgun, but I haven't seen the two together. On paper, that would be the strongest. Hey, thanks, Bexel. Got two Hyperion bards. Would it swap on a override or ricochet? I kind of doubt it. Ricochets a lot of the times they're like their own thing.
Ooh, that's a long ways down.
Probably unpopular opinion, but if they made pearls extra rare, like in 2, people would have complained because BL4 is more roll variants.
Oh, nice to have something glowing that won't kill me.
So
Yeah, I mean, like,
but not these
I think the best thing they could do is technically make pearls not have part variants and just make them incredibly rare.
our recollections
It's not the worst thing that they're not, like, all that rare because of the part variants, but, like,
Which way should I
I'd rather have rare pearls with part variants than common pearls with part variants. You know what I mean? Like, that is their thing. That is what makes them a pearl. If you were to ask what makes a pearl, the number one thing is their rarity. Like, the little extra additional, like, override perk thing, like, that got added. That's new. But, like, the defining factor of being a pearlescent is it's teal and it's rare.
Blaming you.
You know what I mean? Teal and rare. I'll just splash damage myself with this.
Like you had a chance. You look annoying.
Boom, boom.
This looks weak. I think I can
What?
break it.
Yeah, there it is.
Now you're equipped to handle anything.
A Vault Hunter. Oh, dang.
Boom, boom.
Oh, so that's what happened to James. Figures. As children, tales of the stone demon kept us awake at night. Listen to your elders, lest it take you. Their skepticism was what helped me fall asleep. He always said it wasn't real. I could rest safe. If only he knew.
What's this weapon? The oh my god. Are only the vault card items good? The Arctan is alright. I like it.
I know others think us fools. The term gravel humpers has been bandied about. by my
You're baffled they haven't buffed unused trees yet.
But if the mountain is not
They have.
where
They've buffed the unused trees multiple times. They just keep buffing them by like 2%.
I knew that.
I don't know why.
So when you talk about the mountain, Calder, do you think it's like alive?
It's not terribly complicated. There is always something bigger than us, beyond us. In this case, that is the mountain. One gets out of one's belief.
What, hit the pearls behind the boss? Yeah. I mean, I like the new activity, but it does feel kind of wrong that you can farm pearls from them. But I don't know. We've got so much boss killing content. You know what I mean? Like, it's nice to be able to pull out a mobbing build and farm good gear. But yeah, I feel that. If there was more like hard mobbing content in the game, I'd definitely be like, damn, they should be behind a raid boss. But I don't want to fight Bloom Reaper anymore.
Certain doom draws near. For the demon, not you. In case that wasn't clear.
Bum, 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 bum. Oh, wait, my cooldown didn't reset. Asking for BL1 odds. Well, like, BL1 odds would work if the parts were, like, extremely limited. Like, that could work in this game, but like that could genuinely be what sets a pearl apart from the rest of the gear is the pearls don't have part variance. You know what I mean? Maybe you could roll slightly different amounts of like mag size, a different side, or like crit damage rolls, but like for the most part it'd be the same, or like different elements.
What? Never mind. Destroy it, Wellspring. Vault Hunter, would you look around? See if you might find a keepsake of his.
Having something very rare for is always exciting. Yeah, I mean, that's why I think phosphines are pretty cool. Like, phosphines gave you something to rare to chase, even though it didn't like, actually change the weapon or make it any better. Like, dude, could you imagine how fun and exciting doing the phosphine challenge would be if it had worked when the game came out? You know what I mean?
Listen, I'm old.
I beg
I'm
you.
old and I'm an alcoholic, right?
Like, it took like 5 to 6 months before the phosphine challenge is now able to be completed. Most people that were chasing that are done with it now. And he stumbles is crazy.
And so, the triumphant Demon Slayer returns.
Boom, boom, boom. Brother, what? What are we saying? You disagree that if they were really rare but didn't have a part variety, that would be bad? Bum, bum, bum. I'm making some advanced GG. No endgame, but pearls take 20 to 40 hours to get is insanity. 20 to 40 is probably a little too long. I'd agree with that. But I got all the pearls within like 3 hours of playing. That's also wrong. You know what I mean? Jolt's got all 3 of the pearls in one run of the new activity. Ooh, that's good. I'm running Watt Wedge. Stack, thank you to the Twitch Prime, and Red Devil, thank you to the 10 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, I know. I gotta get that sorted. I removed it. I still owe people, like 4 or 5 people of the thing, though. Is bagging out his VIP back? I see it. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Bring the Nemesis Invader into 4. I mean, hybrid weapons would have been cool. 5 to 10 hours for 1 pro would be reasonable with weapon variants. Yeah, I mean, it kind of depends about how much variants. But, like, also, you have to think about it as, like, the pearls are content. The hardcore Borderlands players will jump in and grind until they get all the new pearls. Right? So, if it takes me 3 hours to get all of the pearls, then, like, that's 3 hours of content. You know what I mean? If they added 15 pearls, that's a whole lot more content. It also is, like, kind of, I don't know. Like, it's not like they're fucking popping out of the asses of, like, random Ordinite enemies. It's just, like, there's a dedicated activity that spawns them like crazy. You know what I mean? Like, if the Ordinite processor event didn't exist, I don't think there'd be anyone with all 3 right now. You know what I mean? Like, if that activity didn't exist and you just had to get lucky, no one would have all 3. Boom, 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 boom. For custom walk-on blurb. Oh, yeah, I mean, we could do that. I still owe them the other thing, but that'd be cool. Unless they just spam leave and join. One of the 3 being guaranteed is insane. Yeah, that's pretty wild. I wonder if we'll get a ton more pearls with Mad Ellie. They did say that we're getting more and that their abilities are going to expand. So it doesn't sound like every pearl in the future is going to have the override element, which I think is for the best. Well, dude, I was talking about this before the game came out, and I said it was going to be an issue. Is like, dude, we knew about the part system before the game came out because they told us. And, like, immediately it was like, okay, well, like, you're just going to want every weapon with Jacobs for ricochets, and, like, most weapons with Torg parts or, like, a Malwan part for an element. And then there's going to be the drop rate of the item. Let's say the drop rate's 5%. Plus, you're going to want 2 parts that are both in a perk pool of like 12 total parts. And then you're looking at getting like a Jacobs Malwan weapon on a 5% drop rate is going to be, 40 hours of farming for a single weapon. You know what I mean? Like, before the game even launched, I could have told you that the farming was going to be rough, which is why I kept saying that they needed deterministic farming, ways to influence their drop rates, like a way to like say like, hey, for the next hour, every enemy I kill has a 50% increased chance to drop a Jacob's part. That way you could keep your drop rates, make the gear rare, but when you did get your gear, it'd have a higher chance of being what you're looking for. Like, yeah, if every time you killed a bod and had the same bod drop rate, but every time it dropped, it would drop with a Torg part, that'd be infinitely easier to farm. But still rare enough that it doesn't show up constantly. All right, give me 1 second. I want to throw some of these clips in. Yes. Bring back the crafting discussion. I fucked up because I labeled that as crafting and everyone yelled at me, and I just used the wrong word. That's just me. No. We all agree. Do this in 2 We are in agreement. Chance to drop the Shala Shashka. My life. Should have used instant Tito. Dude, I gotta make a cocktail with Tito's vodka. It's a cocktail / shot, and just name it Instant Tito. Instant Tito's new delivery system, straight to the face. Alcohol brought baggage back like a moth to a flame. Have you tried vodka socks? No. Boom, boom, boom. Wow, that is 32 minutes of footage. Yo, guys, what's up? Max from Borderlands 4 video. In 2 sections, we're going to talk about the guns. Farm Shashka. Now, in my opinion, this is one of the best weapons that we got. Once again, very, very solid pistol. Our next gun to mention is the Bubbles Assault Rifle. Now, yeah, it looks like some bubbles, some projectiles. Interesting. But Jacobs really helps. The other thing that would be very, very nice on this, Evil Angel. Either Ripper for a little bit fast, or Ripper to speed up that fire.
Shotgun, not me.
Hey, get back here. Oh, you know, we should do it by if you want to farm the pack. Chicken said he's got the next 3. Pog. The next weapon that deal with here. Let me take off my amp shield so it's not confusing. If I am standing still, we shoot the target. And if we get stacks and a fair bit of movement speed, now when we shoot, we do 6,000. That was with a crit. 4,918 without. And then if we get that stacked up and shoot, now we're doing 41, which makes it a great fit for Rafa. Evil Angel. I just fucked that guy's face. Oh, come on. Now the biggest issue with the Mercurius, I think this is definitely... Wait. Why are we deleting Armor's messages? Huh? Could work here. SMG technically could work here. To give you context to that clip, I was climbing up a ladder in the Battlefield Battle Royale, and this guy snuck up behind me and started shooting me, and I jumped off the ladder and killed him while in midair. For the okay, for the rolls in the Mercurius, which makes it a great fit for Rafa. For the rolls in the Mercurius, or fire rate, not a furry. Thought it worked. Look,
we just
so like,
make
gonna
up
wait
these
for him to
stats.
come.
This
This
guy.
Next, we're gonna talk about the
Why can't
Jacobs
I
or Daedalus
bleed?
shotgun, depending on what you're looking for. But this drops from Vortex. Yes, on most builds, I use the Warpaint. The next gun from
This will only take a few more
seconds on it, which is quite either or. Either or. We do need to overlay some gameplay. Too far. To the right to go farm up on this right side. Vortex. Yo, what's Marathon's peak right now? What's Marathon's concurrent? It's Friday after work in the U.S. And your objectives will lead you there. Over or under 100K. Objectives will lead you there. Can't miss it. It is there. Dude, stop playing clips. I can't hear the audio from the it's at 75K. Oh. The first weapon to mention from Stone Demon. The first weapon to mention from Stone Demon, cooked. Yet. But that is the weapon. Next, we get the broken. Next, we get
yes,
the broken
Ranger Rava
wings.
hasn't been changed. How many
it's
pearls have you
pretty
gotten? Probably slightly over 10.
However, for mobbing, it's pretty solid.
Thankfully, this looks like it's just dead footage.
The next thing that drops from Stone Demon is the Hopscotch Shield.
Dude, I really hope Marathon
next
is
thing
super
that drops from
successful
Stone
and makes
Demon is
Bungie
the
a ton of
Hopscotch.
money.
Probably one of the
Because I really want Destiny 3. And if Marathon bombs, I don't know if we're getting it.
The last boss and the most. The last boss and
It's
the
Baggins'
most-
favorite game.
doesn't
You
shoot
probably like it a
lasers
whole lot
or
more if you
discs.
didn't constantly
So I'm
throw in it.
hoping for something a little bit cooler than like another TDR. Okay.
Should we play Marathon this weekend?
The other weapon is the hair trigger. This is a Ripper. Does have a decent AoE radius. Now let's go over. Let's go over the vault. For the vault card weapon. For the vault card weapons now, the first is the tank. Very, very far away from using your points on getting this thing. All right, this is my here we've got the Mercurius.
Hey, under 20 minutes, Pog. From 30 to 20.
Nice.
Easy. Who do I main in D2? I was a hunter main. I did a lot of I mean, I didn't play a lot of Destiny 2, but I usually stuck with Void Hunter. I liked Void Hunter. Geometry Dash is more players. Oh no. How's Borderlands? Nadar. Pretty good right now. We got some new content that's pretty solid. New pearls, which are not. But nice little injection of some new content. We did a new prototype game. But you see that the Wolverine game got a launch date? It's like what, September 15th?
We're going to be going over all of the
All right, just overlay some gameplay and we're done.
or on them, where to farm them, slash where they drop from, and also video and the breakdown. Let's do this. So we're going to do this in two sections. We're going to talk about the guns, their ideal roles, and where to farm them first of them at the end. So first weapon to talk about, Ordinate Processor, and go do. As long as you're doing these processor events, you will have a chance to drop the Shala Shashka. Now, in my opinion, this is one of the best weapons that we... This you farm doesn't matter. As long as you're doing these processor events, you will have a chance to drop the Shala Shashka. Now, in my opinion, this is one of the best weapons that we got. Once again,
Oh, Galactic, dude, I rated you literally as you ended.
With the awful
I can't
lock
believe you
perk,
would
which
do that
on
to me.
reload, you grant a stack of exhilaration. Each stack of exhilaration increases the number of possible ricochets by 1. This stacks up to 5.
I always raid people that are literally just ending their stream. That didn't help. God damn it.
Basically would benefit from this thing. A very, very solid pistol. Our next gun to mention is the Bubbles.
It's a true skill. Yes, sir.
Okay. This was the Mercurius. Because grilled cheese, that's actually the only valid reason to end stream is to make a grilled cheese.
Guys, what is up? Max in our Borderlands.
How many cheeses in your grilled cheese? Out of curiosity. Cheeses? Yep, that's the way you say it. Wait, what do you mean? You're saying I'm pronouncing cheeses wrong? It's grilled cheese. What we call a toasty? What the fuck is a toasty? Cheeses. How many cheeses in your grilled cheese? How many cheeses? Wait, what did I do wrong? Is it cheese eye? We're gonna have to go record some more gameplay. Tank Buster. This is a pretty unique sniper rifle. And can hit pretty hard. I don't really see myself using it over other sniper rifles. Super great. A lot of times you're like full healing nearby enemies, and it just felt like a little bit more cumbersome and slow to use for mobbing on Vex than using something like the Stray. Ideally, I think you'd get this with a Jacob's roll and use it on Sniper Vex. The next weapon is the Arctan. Cheeses is not a word. What? Hello. How would you say that they're talking about multiple cheeses? How many cheese do you put in your? No.
What do you mean? Types of cheese? Like,
Yeah. Oh, I guess you'd just say how many types of cheese.
right? Or what's the question? How many slices? Like, what are you saying? Like, how much cheese?
How many different kinds of cheese? That's definitely.
How much cheese do you put?
How much cheese? How many different kinds of cheese?
No, it's how much cheese do you put in it? Like,
How
it's
many
much-
cheese slices? How many varieties of cheese? I said cheeses.
It's just how much cheese. How much cheese do you put in it? How much cheese do you put on it?
Yeah, but what if there's multiple?
What does that mean?
How many rices? Is that
Portland
wrong?
and
What, like
Stone
Buddha and
and then and my opinions on the two
No.
implement.
What?
It's how much rice. What do you mean? Are you crazy?
Yeah.
How much rice? How much cheese?
Show gameplay. Whole lot is at least not having like quest.
We're learning. We're learning. All right, let's go record some clean gameplay of all these guns because I thought I did that and now I don't see any. How am I pushing 40? I turned 30 a month ago. Hello, Yoshi. That's crazy.
Oh, stick up, but I don't think you can type.
Actually unhinged. Okay. Oh, we need to go record gameplay. I thought I had more. Let's go do it. His name is pronounced Jesus. Yeah, get the 3 cheeses blend.
Guess all rippers do bathe in garbage juice.
Alright, we're gonna record like 30 seconds of gameplay of each weapon. Torg enhancements don't work with Torg launchers. The passives will work with them. You'll benefit from some of the passives if they can apply to the launcher, but other than that, no.
Another ripper down.
Cool. Let's do Broken Wings next. What is this normally? Sort by type. That's what I was looking for. Thank you. A good rad one that I liked. Yeah, Jacob's rad. Why is Jarvis getting involved now? Could roll with Ripper Daedalus. I haven't seen it, but that on paper should be possible. It can't roll Ripper stickies. Fitty equals Jarvis. Jarvis, timestamp this video.
You're gonna hate this one.
Are any of the new pearls actually good? I would say they're all high B, low A. It would be Elemental Eater. Oh, biscuits. Holy hell, that looks crazy. Skirt. You gonna talk about the lack of balance changes? Do you want to watch me cry on stream? Like what? I made a whole video talking about them. Dude, you don't understand. The major balance patches are for the major patches are for balance changes, except for when we don't do any balance changes in 2 in a row. So in. You got a Ripper Jacobs Daedalus SMG dough shot Poggies. Mainly got it to roll in radiation or cryo. I have heard that it can roll in other elements. I think it's all elemental available. This is a Vladoff AR that will come with the perk Squeaky Clean. This shoots interesting. Jacob's roll will ricochet projectiles, but it will not ricochet oh, you know, I thought it didn't ricochet bubbles, but it actually looks like it does. It looks like it's a bit of a mix. Either Ripper for a little bit. If you want to farm the we get to get footage of the Mercurius. Okay, knock that out. Roulette's super easy. How is it? Lawler! Lawler, I can't believe you let me get stranded in Boston, dude. Off of your... the new DLC is solid. The new pearls are really a huge mess. I made a 7-minute video on this thing yesterday, so I'm not going to go too in depth. But basically, it gains a bunch of different buffs whenever you reload it, like the Lucky 7 from Borderlands. All right, we're gonna get some footage with the dough shot. I like this gun. You think they had pearls planned as Ordinite guns and decided to call them pearls because the community cried for them? I disagree. Dough shot with Ripper, shreds, yep. Would you say dough shot's a better TK is? Ooh. I think TK's is higher damage if you can sustain it, if I'm not mistaken. But dough shot's got the massive benefit of not having the weird projectiles, so it feels better for mobbing. You know what I mean? Like, I'd be curious what would win in a DPS race. TKs or dough. I wouldn't be surprised if it was TKs on bosses, but I'd much rather have a dough shot for mobbing. Ooh, whoopsies. They at least got the color right. They did get the color right. I heard they're thinking of putting pearls in Murray's. Sad. Okay, cool. We got that clip. for, but this drops from Vortex. Next gun from Vortex is the shotgun, depending on what you're looking for. Next gun from Vortex is the Doe Shot. Now, this is a really, really sick gun, but you wouldn't really know it unless you get the ideal roll, and that is actually going to be a Ripper roll. By default, the Doe Shot has 5 in the mag. When you shoot this thing, it... Cool. That's done. Fleabag. Do some weird things from Borderlands 2. Or technically, you might know it from Borderlands 3 as the sniper. But it is now a Mallowan gun, and it still has the kind of classic flying bird pattern. When you shoot this thing, it shoots out these projectiles that will do a... I think this could potentially drop with Torg Stickies. Torg Stickies with the Daedalus shotgun could potentially be crazy, or just Torg Stickies in general on this. Unfortunately, I haven't gotten that roll yet, but it fires so many projectiles that could be a way. First time watching stream load videos. What shotgun was that? That was the Doe Shot with a Ripper mag. Is underwhelming. All right, let's go get some Mercurius gameplay, and then we're pretty much done. What do you think the drop rate is on the roulette? I think it's the same as the rest of well, that's I guess technically they're variable drop rates. It drops pretty often. I'd guess maybe like 10% in that vicinity. Can you get a pearl from any crystallized enemy? Yes, technically, but the ones in the event have a higher, seemingly a higher drop rate. Boop, boop, boop. People were saying they were getting some pearls from the like Ordinite bosses yesterday. Fuck. I dropped our wants for dinner to go test this, and then I quit and I didn't pick it back up. I just realized it's okay. I could just use the fireworks for now. Go grab another one from one of our other characters later. Isn't it 369? Yeah, but those are no longer... Those are like the default rates. They're now like buffed by your UVH level, so they get additional percent increases. So like what was like 9% is now like 15% or something like that. I don't know them all off the top of my head. But your drop rates are now affected by UVH levels. That wasn't a thing on launch. That is a new thing. Second shiny roulette. Nice.
boss. It's easy enough. No more. No time for this crap. Y'all should have spray and spray. Works every time. Rip her down.
Not terrible. Is it Jacob's roulette? No, Ripper roulette. Ripper is what you were looking for. You can do so by killing it. Pack. The next weapon that drops from Chisarella is the Mercurius. This is a new Vladov submachine gun that has the unique perk fleet-footed bullet damage scales with movement speed. Now, the number one important thing to understand with this gun is the bullet damage scales not off of your spec movement speed, but of your actual movement speed. So, for example, if you have 100% movement speed, but you're standing still, it won't do any extra damage. So just, like, show that off real quick. If I am... so it's not confusing. If I am standing still, we shoot the target. Doing so. If we get stacks and a fair bit of movement speed, a great fit for Rafa. For the rolls in the Mercurius, and you do want to be moving at your max amount of movement speed when shooting this thing, which makes it a great fit for Rafa. For the rolls in the Mercurius, the biggest issue this gun has is its fire rate. While it can do a fair bit of damage, it shoots relatively slow for an SMG, which can be tough.
All right, sorry about
while
that.
You're moving so fast, so you're going to want to spec a ton of fire rate if you're going to use this thing, which I think for the most part we're good. Let me try real quick. See if we can get an Arctan with a part. You got 3 different god rolls with the bubbles you might want to try. Does anyone have an Arctan with Jacobs? If this thing can roll Jacobs, it might play totally different. Could be very interesting. I do need to record that section again. I did put it in. We put it in B tier, right? I think B tier. Arctan, yeah. I think that's fine. But it's insane at 2 out of 3. Okay, word. What's up, Joe? How you doing? Finally got the game, but I think I need to catch up with everyone and learn everything. There's a fair bit to learn. I hope you enjoy it. Terrific and roll parts or not is popularity part of it, in my opinion, is underwhelming. The last boss, and for something a little bit cooler than like another TDR. The other weapon is the weapon that I enjoy. It doesn't come with any rolls. sniper rifle. It rolls cumbersome and slow with a Jacob's roll and use it on Sniper Vex. However, came on or it hits pretty hard because I don't think it was can stick up a ton of these big explosions. They hit really, really hard. Unfortunately, is the Merc. And then the last one. Dragon Cash would be any fun? God, I hope so. I freaking hope so. My hope is that Cash isn't buggy. That'll be the #1 thing. If it drops and he's bugged and like half his skills don't work, that's gonna be a huge hype kill. You just jinxed it? Great. Well, like, you know what I mean? When they did the purple trees for the characters, like 90% of them were really good, but purple flak was terrible. So hopefully not a purple flak scenario, and we're chilling. The rest of the skill trees were all really good. It doesn't look like I have a Torg enhancement, unfortunately. Purple flag was there for the vibes. So true. Any good new guns? There's quite a few, yeah. A lot of the guns don't feel like super insane out of the box, though. You gotta get specific rolls on them for them to like really start popping off. If this thing decimates these guys, I'll move it up in the tier. Maybe not. It's really struggling to kill these guys. You hit your shots. In my face. I literally am not missing at all. We're out of ammo. Okay, maybe B tier is. I was correct on my first initial judgment. Holy fuck. It looked better when we had 0 rolls. Yeah. F tier. No. It looked good on Harlow. Okay, genuinely, where is the damage? Oh my god, I can't reload the stickies because we're on a COV. Wild. All right. Interesting. We got to get a redemption run on this thing. That looks like the worst weapon we've used yet. But I think the COV roll was screwing it. Frizzy, thanks over to the 73 months. I also mispronounced that. Yo, it's me. Hi. Thoughts on the new content? The new DLC is solid. Pearls are not. Thank you so much for the 73 months. Where is it? Laser Discher. There it is. Look. I'm not. I promise I'm not smoking. Okay, so they're really only 3 pearls. No, dude. We've been waiting 14 years for the pearls to return. You think they'd only had 3? Yeah, no, only 3 pearls. Fuck, see, it's like killing things on Arlo. Damn, we lost our action skill. That is not ideal.
Thank you for being a friend.
See, like, we just needed the little lucky proc to shoot more than 1 mag, get our ammo back. But I'm not changing its tier. Nah, I'm staying in B. Staying in B. Skilled. That's a 15% chance. Fight me. I mean, we get 3 pearls a month with every new piece of content. That'd be sick. But, like, if that is the plan... this is the biggest issue with the game. I mean, there's a lot of issues with the game. But communication has been, like, non-existent. You know, if the plan is to add 3 pearls a month or, like, add 3 pearls every piece of content or something like that, then they should communicate that. You know what I mean? Like... I don't know if we're getting any new pearls. You know what I mean? It could just be like 3, technically. They said more, but they said that on Twitter. They didn't say that in the announcement or like in anything like official. But they did say more pearls were coming. Did they? You know, I think you might be right. I might be wrong. They might have put that in the official announcement. I will take back what I said if you are correct. Pearls. New pearlescent gear. No, they didn't. In the official announcement of Pearls, in the patch notes, they didn't say that more would be on their way. The next weapon in the vault card is the Arctan. This is an interesting shotgun. Basically, it fires these like pretty large projectiles that bounce. It comes with two modes, both the like non-sticky mode, which does decent impact damage, and the sticky mode. This gun's a little bit awkward to use because of the projectiles. Kind of a lot of times just feel like they're struggling to hit enemies. However, where this gun shines is in its sticky mode. The base damage is pretty strong, and so if you have a way to apply multiple stickies on this, it can be pretty decent for single target damage. Don't think it does very well in mobbing. I haven't gotten the ideal rolls on this yet, but I think Jacobs would be pretty nice for it, so you could potentially apply more damage to enemies, as it's very slow for mobbing. But bossing is honestly pretty decent with this thing. Yeah. High-tech, but I'm talking about, like, in official capacity. On Sniper Vex. With a Jacobs roll and use it. The next non-sticky mode, which does decent impact damage, and the sticky mode. This gun's a little bit awkward to use because of the projectiles kind of struggling to hit enemies. However, where the base damage is pretty strong, and so if you have a way to apply multiple stickies on this, it can be pretty decent. Pretty decent for single target damage. Don't think it does very well in mobbing. I haven't gotten the ideal rolls on this yet, but I think Jacobs would be pretty nice for it, so you could potentially apply parts. And then the last weapon is the Merc far away from using your points on getting this thing. All right, this is all right, video done. Four out of 3 Deadeye. Yeah, fight me. Deadeye's so good I use 4 of it. Hopefully the dev panel clears some confusion, gives more clarity. Yeah, the little devcast thing that they said, by the way, they mentioned that they plan on doing a lot of those. So hopefully we get more insight to what they're cooking up and what they're working on and why they're doing what they're doing. Cause we need more communication. Oh, then gameplay of the bubbles. Yeah, I already did get gameplay of the bubbles. Did get gameplay of the bubbles. What is your guys' favorite weapon from this update? Mine's the Shala Shashka. It just feels really good to use. Feels really freaking good to use. Dough shot, nice. Roulette, like the dough shot with Ripper. Shaw's main gun for ordinate processors. Yep, I'm rocking the same. I haven't gotten a great roll on the Eigen burst yet. This is rendering. Okay, so it's gonna take 15 minutes to render. What's the god roll for Dark Beast? Not a max roll. I'll probably update the website tonight because we got a lot of updating to do. Dark Beast is a Jacob shotgun, or sorry, Daedalus shotgun Jacobs. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, don't do that. Nice.
Oh yeah.
No, I just yeeted the shit out of that canister. Dude, I swear these canisters just like disappear into thin air. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, another Shala. You see that, like, you go to grapple, it doesn't work, and then it just disappears. And the only way to, like, tell that they're there is with the grapple icon.
And one to grow on.
Nice, that was speedy. Got to 7 with a minute left. Hey. Because you're too far away. No, if you like grapple it, I'm trying to show you an example. If you grapple it and it doesn't, like, you hit the grapple button, but it doesn't go, maybe because an enemy's too close to you or something. There's like a cooldown for how long you have to wait before you can try grappling it again. That seems to be what I'm experiencing. Is like you see the icon, you hit the button to grapple it, it doesn't. And then there's like an internal cooldown before you can try again. So then you just have to like go run over and grab it. Yeah, they did buff the legendary drop rates. Not show for certain angles. Yup. You think Bubble's best AR? I do want to farm some more of it. I know you have some for me, but I also kind of want to get some of my own. Boom, boom. Bod best AR. Yeah, that was so annoying when we were making those like the best SMG videos, the best shotgun videos, and everyone's like, it's the bod. Like, no. Not including the bot in these.
As expected, I'm the last one standing. Full and true.
You see what I mean? Like, I tried to grapple there because it showed up on my screen, missed it, and then the grapple icon disappeared. That is super unfortunate. Hey, we got an pearl to drop. Dude, I did this to get the Shala Shashka. I've gotten more pearls than I've got Shala Shashkas. Keep losing our actions still like right as these guys spawn. Very unfortunate timing. How would I nerf the bod? I mean, it probably shouldn't get 5x damage from gun bonuses. They've already talked that they're gonna nerf it.
Here you go. No wonder I smell blood. Let's make some pearls. But I couldn't be closer.
I was fine with them leaving the bod the way it was because honestly, like, thing is, like, bod's really good, yeah, but like, the other issue is that there's so many guns that just like aren't good. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I was kind of hoping that they would buff a lot of the other guns and also bring the bod down, and then we'd probably be in a good balanced spot. But like, when the game first launched, there were so many legendaries that just like, I mean, there still are just so many legendaries that just don't feel good to use, that like genuinely needed big buffs. Ooh, a ripper, Shala Shashka. That one had a lot of rolls on it. Where'd it go? Am I crazy? Did it not, like... It was the shotgun, right? Oh, I think it actually was the sniper. Malawan radiation override. Not terrible. The bod would be more balanced if Stiggy's and SMG swap weren't bugged. Yeah. I mean, this game currently has a bit of a hard meta. It has since launch, and that is if you're not, like, going for one-shots, infinite ammo, and stickies. Like, you know what I mean? So many builds are just, or boss kills is just, like, it's so easy with infinite ammo and stickies. The bod just does it kind of better than anything else because it hits the hardest. But like, you know what I mean? If they nerf the bod, it's either us still going to be using the bod for bossing on a lot of builds, or we're just going to use something else with stickies. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I think there's like a inherent issue that they need to fix with that. Sounded like they might be nerfing something with fire rate guns on Twitter today. Which, would be interesting. Fire rate's so good in this game because, like, it's one of the only genuine multipliers because everything is additive soup. So, like, fire rate's really strong because it actually gives you more damage versus just, like, stacking up more additive soup. By the way, maybe a bit of a hot take, but I don't mind that this has a timer. It's not exactly an iridium sink. It's just like, I don't know. They're gonna make a dedicated farm activity for pearls. It better be freaking hard. Like, you know, pearls are supposed to be like the rarest, hardest to get things in the game. The activity that is giving you the ability to farm them should be hard, and you need to, like, a good setup or build, whatever. But yeah, like, unless you're bringing like a good mobbing setup here, it's hard to get all of them.
Let's make some pearls.
Bigger issue with the canisters is their visibility, not spawning and getting knocked around everywhere.
Show me pearls. They must grow rippers out there.
Bad. Yeah. They could definitely remove the picking up the ordinate thingies, canisters. What pistol is that? Oh, it's the new Shala Shashka. Or the Shala Shashka. Yeah. We're just going to call it the Shala. It's really good. It drops from doing these activities. You don't need the DLC to get it. The new Jesus pistol, indeed. God roll. Probably Daedalus shotgun Torg. I have a god roll on it, but it's on my Vex right now. Boom, boom. You'll be playing RE9 tonight? I don't want to miss it. We're about to go to sleep. I am not sure. I do want to play it this weekend. I wasn't sure if we were going to do it tonight or tomorrow, though. Spoopy Bay.
I'll need bullets and tinfoil for this. I'm too damn far.
Oh, shit. Hey, another barrel. So where are all these canisters? That didn't deposit. Alright, we got screwed on this one. Should be close to 7 right now.
Let's make some pearls.
Let me get you.
No hazmat suit.
Fuck off. Ah! Please, canisters. Cooperate. Hey, still made it. Eight in the mag. Damn. That's pretty sick. Unlucky on that one. World events seem to have lower drop rates. Well, oh, the like Ordinite enemies? Yeah, for sure. But if you don't get 7 out of 7 on stage 3, is it just you lose out on a single Ordinite enemy, or is it bigger than that? You just lose out on a single Ordinite enemy. You get 3 Ordinite enemy kills. If you don't finish the event, if you don't get the 7 out of 7 and kill the enemy, it's just, you just kill one less enemy. There's no, like, extra perk or seemingly, like, higher drop rate on the 7th enemy or anything special. It's just, like, an additional chance. If that makes sense. So, like, not the end of the world. If you could, like, spam the 3 out of 3 and it not cost any extra iridium, that could, like, potentially be the fastest way to do it. What did I call this video? Bounty pack review. Cool, cool, cool. That video's uploading. Is there a reason to do the events instead of the quest? The events are faster paced and more enemies spawn, but it costs you iridium and you can repeat them faster. Like the quest, you got to go through the whole like, kind of motions, getting there, ring the bell, spawn the enemies. The enemies are slower. Like, technically, it's faster if you don't care about the pistol. If you're looking for a good roll on the pistol, you'd want to run the quest over and over again. But if you're, like, looking for a good roll on the sniper, for example, you probably wouldn't run the quest event if you have the iridium. The Ordinite enemies are so much more fun to fight than the Vile enemies. I like the Ordinite enemies more, too. They're not much different, but they don't have the annoying mechanic of having the, like, random floating bullshit that you need to shoot and then the heal. You know what I mean? What's the difference? The floating... So on a Vile enemy, if you break a crystal, it floats out in the air, and then you need to break the thing in the air, otherwise it will go back on the enemy and heal them, and they'll grow back the crystal. There's no floating purple shit, and they don't heal if you break a crystal. If you break a crystal, it's over. Vile enemies, you break a crystal. If you don't break the floating thing or kill them before it goes back on them, then they heal. So, they're just less annoying. Aggro, I think, with the 65 months. Do you dip your pancakes in syrup or lather them? You give lather vibes. Who dips their pancakes in syrup? Over the top. Is it confirmed pearls can drop shiny? I don't think so, no. Little stick of butter, or little butter slab, hot syrup on top. You want to get them submerged in the syrup. All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna run to the restroom. Be right back. Still going. Yes, sir.
There goes my hero. Watch him as he goes.
Who are you calling short?
Looking for hot shingles.
My wife always complains that I have no sense of direction. So I packed up my stuff and right.
Size of the gun don't matter. It's all in how you take it.
Which vegetable has the best kung fu? Broccoli. What do you call a dog who meditates? A werewolf. One life over. R.I.P. R.I.P. What do you call a sheep who can sing and dance? Lady Baba. Oh, I got it.
Ripperhead hitting the floor in 3, 2.
Boom, 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 boom. Hey, happy Friday. I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm understanding correctly the new DLC will be available through a bounty board. Mine is not showing up with anything, so I'm a bit lost at the moment. Yeah, bounty board in like any major town. If you own the content or you don't, it'll still show up. So if you're not seeing it, you probably haven't downloaded the update. All right, don't do that. Fuck me. Hey guys, we good. Hey, thank you. You too. God, that gun is so ugly. I don't know why they paint everything with clown colors. I am the seventh siren. When I first arrived on Kairos, okay, I wasn't sure what to expect. And then I found the Timekeeper, and I knew I needed to seal him away. Boom, 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 boom. What's the new best weapon now? The roulette is insane. It's really good. That and the Shala Shashka are the two like most must have weapons from this DLC.
Later.
Dude, I'm making a thumbnail. Give me 2 seconds. God damn it. Every weapon ranked. Run right back to giving myself. That's a long one. I don't think I fit that. Oh! Stop. What the fuck is this? Why is my default browser Bing? Get me out of here. Does anyone actually use Bing? Zero chance. What's Bing? It's a browser. I use it to search for Google. Big old dong. What the fuck? Shiny roulette, pog. Dream. All right, cool. Video spoilers in the thumbnail? Lame. I could... true. They are kind of ranked in where I'd put them. Put the Mercado or whatever S tier in the thumbnail. Surely no one will get mad at me.
That's bait.
Hey. All right, who's timestamping? Yo, guys. What
I'm gonna explode.
This is actually every weapon. The title is going to be every new weapon ranked. I can't fit that in the thumbnail and make it clean, but the like very first words in the title will be every new weapon ranked. Chicken, it's in the Discord. Appreciate you. I cannot work. Incredible Fidatious. Cool, cool, go. Bubbles is from Cinderella. Opinion on best aim on gear in the new DLC. I will update the max roll site. It is unfortunately not as easy as just typing in some stuff. So I'm gonna do it off stream later because it'll take me a while. Use Bing every day, but just for Microsoft reward points. About 2 months, I can get a free $25 Xbox gift card from it. Interesting. I'm gonna be honest, didn't know that was a thing. Hey, do we gotta recruit some more people to max roll? Everyone that was on the max roll team stopped playing Borderlands 4. So everyone moved on. It was like me, Chadley, Abby, Lewis still plays. What to look for on the Dark Beast? Daedalus Shotgun Jacobs. Oh, I didn't respawn him. Make the canisters float off the ground for visibility. It's not a terrible idea. Can Dark Beast roll any Torg? I don't know if I've ever seen it with Torg. Deadlock. Yeah, I've heard people really like Deadlock. I've tried it twice and was playing with buddies that were like already very high ranked, and I had absolutely no idea how the game worked or like how to play or anything, and just got absolutely stomped both times. I think my Deadlock record is like 0-40. Anytime I saw a player, I just had to run away. Yeah, rolling Malawan on it to get rid of the corrosive is pretty nice. I use a Jacob's Malawan swap to radiation on Arlo.
You are very brave.
Thank you, Fidacious. What's required to be on the team? What, the Deadlock team? Probably to never have played the game before. I don't know. I could see myself getting into Deadlock. I used to be really, really into Smite. It's basically just a competitive building game, which is kind of fun. But that's the kind of tough thing with MOBAs is, like, they're usually pretty demanding in terms of, like, you know, if you want to be good at it, you got to play it a lot because of the constant shifting metas and all the different matchups and all the different heroes and all the different items. They killed Smite too. They definitely did a poor job with it. I've been playing Smite 2 a little bit. I have fun on it.
I made this just for you.
Yeah, Smite 2 has been on the up and up. It'd be cool if they made Shiny Pearl as a thing. I'd be down, dude. It's kind of like, why not? You know what I mean? Why not just have something crazy rare? What's changed in this game since pre-raid boss 1? The biggest change, in my opinion, is that they've made it so the dedicated drop of items get boosted by your difficulty level. So people were making cases, and a lot of people were farming on like literally like UVH1 or easy mode, and now you get the best drops and the best drop rates on the hardest difficulty, which I think was much needed. You are actually rewarded for playing on harder difficulties, and the drop rates are significantly higher than they used to be. That's the biggest thing. Any other, like, really big noticeable stuff? Honestly, the rate of changes for this game, for how much it needs, has been really, really slow. A lot of the biggest, most wishlisted items still not there yet. You now can complete the Phosphine challenge. It was bugged for like 5 months, but you are now able to legitimately complete it. With increasing OP levels. Yeah. I'm curious to how many OP levels we'll end up getting. I'd imagine at least one more. Probably with the next raid boss or the first takedown. What are the odds that Cash is going to be the strongest Vol Hunter? Are Pearls part of the Phosphine challenge? No, nothing new gets added to the Phosphine challenge. None of the guns in this DLC get added to the Phosphine challenge. Which I think is a good thing. Like, for example, if you got the game and started playing now, and you want to do the Phosphine challenge, there'd be like 20 additional guns that you would need to get Phosphine to get the same reward as someone who started playing in like the start of the game, technically. You know what I mean? I think it'd be really cool if each content pack added its own little mini Phosphine challenge. So if you got all of the weapons in this content pack as Phosphine, you would get a different, there'd be like a new cool cosmetic that you could earn from finding all of the new gear in Phosphine. And then all of the base game gear would have its own Phosphine challenge. And then, like, you know, the big expansion would have like a little Phosphine challenge. Yeah, there's still a Phosphine challenge, but it's only for the base game gear. You think 15 OP levels by the end of the game's update cycle? That would be wild. I don't know if I see it going that high. Cassius flex purple tree and Harless blue tree. How dare you? Yeah, I doubt he would go above 10. The thing is, like, because the power of the gear isn't really tied to OP levels, they could technically just crank it. They could put it up to 10 if they really wanted to. It would just make the game more difficult. But like it wouldn't make anything stronger, unlike like BL3. You just got a shiny dough shot from Vortex, Pog. And crash around me. Adversary, thank you to the 13 months. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Enjoy a month of ad reviewing sub only section of the Discord. Thank you, part of the month of Forbidden.
No, that's a lot of
Nation.
What were you drinking? Water. Steph is going out tonight. So, if we wanted to do beers and Resident Evil, tonight would be a good night to do it.
Harlow with the assist. Pop in the bubble.
Boom, 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 boom. Thank you, chicken. Why is it not in a shaker cup? True. Because they need to be cleaned. It's gonna flight in 1 hour and he still has to pack. Fuck off. We go over all of the new weapons from the Stone Demon Bounty Pack. There is a lot of cool weapons here, but some really need a specific role to be good. In this video, we will break down where the weapons drop, what to look out for them, out for on them, and if they are worth farming. Hope you enjoy the breakdown. About to go lurk mode to play co-op spoopy game myself. A co-op spoopy game? What co-op spoopy game? Yo, guys, what is up? Have you tried it? I have, yeah. It is a guaranteed drop from the first part of the DLC.
When you think about it, if my mess didn't work,
President Beer Man. I tried the bipod. It didn't. You just kind of move a little bit faster. It didn't seem to be super noticeable.
if you've got skin, I'll help you save it.
Freeze!
You love compiling shaders. If you love compiling shaders, boy, do I have the game for you. Does anyone that is more like computer knowledgeable understand why you have to compile your shaders like every time you play BL4? Or at least every update? Shaderlands. It's an Unreal Engine thing.
Because I care.
That's unlucky.
It's good to be alive.
Woo! 2 drops.
Everyone dies sometime.
Thank you, Harlow. Words of reassurance. Bubbles. Malon. I don't know what they're talking about. Agreed.
Hey, welcome to quote-unquote Dr. Zane.
Just be
Yeah, they each have 2 drops. And then the main boss is 3.
gravity's on my side.
With Jacobs and Daedalus? Yeah, it's so good. The hand cannons is solid. It's solid. I'd put it high B, low A. If we're being generous. The big issue with it is it doesn't benefit from having more stickies on an enemy. So, like, you don't really benefit from sticky stacking, which inherently makes it, like, lower damage than other options for, like, single target. What are you farming? I was trying to get a good Jacob's Bubbles. Got Jacob's Atlas. Boom, 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 boom. I go drop some loot off. And kind of feels like, why am I not using the KOs in here? Prove me wrong. What's the game that runs well on UE5? You got me there. Surely there's some games, though. Expedition 33. But that's turn-based. Does that count? I'd hope a turn-based game could run decently. Also, Expedition 33 is an anomaly in, like, literally every sense. Those devs got knighted by their country for how fucking crazy that game was. Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders ran pretty well. Oh, you here? I'm gonna start picking some of these up as junk. Boom, boom, boom. Any of the new guns good on Amon? If you could get a fire or a shock bubbles, that would be a pretty good Amon weapon. The new Pearl Sniper could be pretty solid on him as well in fire or shock. First Dark Beast was Phosphate and Pog. Dude, the Dark Beast is truly one of the best guns in the game, which is crazy because it used to be such garbage. That gun might have gotten the biggest glow up from any of the base game weapons. All right, Harlow. Oh god, Jesus. You got over there. They released cash yet? Nope. Would you say the bot is the best weapon in BL history?
Thank goodness. Now, if you've got skin, I'll help you save it.
Ooh. Pimpernel Ahab. That doesn't count. It has 2 weapons and an interaction on a character. You use the Ahab on Maya. See how you like it? You know what I mean? Yeah, honestly, I think I could say the bot is the strongest. The thing with the bot is it doesn't need anything else. That's the thing that's like the most broken about it. You know what I mean? Like you said, the Sandhawk was solid in 2, but it was solid because of the B shield, right? If you didn't use the B shield, Sandhawk felt, you know, it was good, but like it was broken because of another item. Pre-nerf recursion was ridiculous. Yeah, that would be the only thing that holds a candle to it. Norfleet's strong, but I don't know, limited ammo. Not as strong as like for bossing. 3-shot lob was ridiculous. Yeah, it was only a weapon for like a day. The liquid cooling pre-nerf was ridiculous. That was also, I mean, they nerfed it by like 60 to 70%. $60 to 70%. Get out of here. Plasma coil. Yeah, but the plasma coil wasn't killing bosses as fast as the bot is. Like, the plasma coil hit hard. But, like... You know what I mean? Like, sticky stacking in general is just ridiculously strong. I think the bot is particularly strong in this game, though, because, like, every character in this game has a way of sustaining infinite ammo and not reloading. You know what I mean? Like... That wasn't a case with, like, the BL3 Vault Hunters or the BL2 Vault Hunters or really any Vault Hunters except for this game. Like, Harlow gets infinite ammo, Rafa gets infinite ammo, Vex gets infinite ammo, and you can do the infinite ammo with guns on Amon. Wonderlands' guns kind of all sucked, to be honest. They were strong because of like broken double dipping interactions. But a lot of the Wonderlands guns were not great. You can't think of it, but the BL3 DLC pistol. Oh, light show? A light show was really good. I would argue the free radical is stronger though. Free radical is a ridiculous gun though. I could see the free radical. I mean, I think I'd rather have a free radical than a plasma coil. Okay, but like Revolter. Yeah, but those were strong without the Revolter. The Revolter is just the most... Revolter! I think Revolter might have been more broken than the B-Shield. It's like 200% bonus shock damage and 50% fire rate at 100% uptime. Vex has to work for the infinite ammo. Yeah, Vex is probably the least comfortable with the infinite ammo shenanigans. You need like slower fire rate to time it. Everyone getting infinite ammo, sticky stacking feels like the same as using a B to abuse all the broken guns in BL2. Everything using the same cheese item to make something broken. Yeah, I agree. I mean, the crazy thing is that it's lasted this long, right? Like, at least the B got brought down pretty quickly. Oh, actually, I don't remember how long it took them to nerf the B. Nettick, thanks so much for the Twitch Prime, and It's a Vaughn, or It Vaughn, thank you for the 3 months. BO3 had better legendaries. Feel like 4 has too many gimmick ones. I can go down a list of 3 with some great legendaries. I agree. BO3 had a lot of really good legendaries, but let's not forget that it took them a long time to get those legendaries in that state. Like, BO3's list of legendaries at the end of the game's service of, like, viable weapons you could use at Mayhem 11, Mayhem 10 was crazy. So many good weapons, but they also spent so long buffing so many of them. I think we'd be in a similar spot with this game in weapons, but, like, we've gotten, like, a total of, like, I don't know. Dude, if you tallied up the amount of weapon balance changes we've gotten in this game versus BL3, I don't even think it would be a 1/6 of the amount of changes. Like, the amount of meta shifting around in BL3 was crazy. Which, like, a lot of people didn't like because they were like, oh, I don't feel like playing the game because, like, you know, I'm going to farm for this weapon and then it's going to get nerfed the next day, or I'm going to make this build and then it's going to be gone in 2 days. Like, a lot of people didn't like that, but, like, as someone who, like, actively played the game a lot, that was, like, so fun. Because every week you'd have a new thing to go farm or a new thing to go do. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it could be frustrating to keep up with all the shifting changes, but, like, you'd literally have, like, a new build to make every week. The strongest builds and the best weapons on launch day in BO4, in my opinion, are still the strongest builds and the best weapons. You know what I mean? Ooh. Bubbles. Dude, if this was not sniper and was like SMG or shotgun, this would be our gun roll. Sniper is, like, not bad, though. It's gonna slow its fire rate down, but it should hit like a truck. Plus Jacobs. That might be nice. Except Bleed. I mean, Bleed's still really strong. It's still, like, one of the most busted skills in the game. It just doesn't do infinite amounts of damage anymore. But, like, Bleed builds is still one of Vex's strongest options. Oh, I ran out of sniper ammo, son. My guy stuck his crystals in the wall. That's insane. I can't do damage to him because he's in the wall. There it is. Yo, are we for real right now? Get out of here. There we go. Made me drop that tree entirely. That I didn't enjoy that change. How's my skill tree set? Right now my skill tree looks like this. The only real change that you would make to this is if you don't have a lot of Jacob's rolled weapons, you'd go 1 point excited state, 4 refraction. But Jacob's eats refraction, so if you're using Jacob's rolled weapons, this skill doesn't do much. But if you're not using Jacob's rolled weapons, it's a pretty nice skill. Discord saying Brogan Wings drops with Daedalus, by the way. I have a Ripper shotgun. Yep. Yeah. I put that in the video. Do you think Pearls should drop with licensed parts? It kind of depends. At their current drop rates, they definitely should, because they drop so often. If they were way rare, maybe not. Yo, guys, what is... Self-watching. Leave me be. Leave me be. One second. It is freezing in here. Boom, 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 boom. Thank you, chicken. Oh, is that? So roulette is OP? Yup. If you can not consume its ammo, which a lot of characters and builds can do. Which rolls? Ripper. It needs Ripper, otherwise it sucks butt. Ripper or bust. Would you like to see trinkets with actually odd perks? I think that could have worked instead of the parts system. To be honest, I don't think we need that and the parts system on top of each other. How do you guys feel about the part system overall? Would you want to see it return in the next game? You think it's sick? When we forget. Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Vidicious.
Hey, if you've got skin, I'll help you.
Next game, Copium. Wait, you don't think we're gonna get another Borderlands? As frustrating as the post-launch support for BL4 has been, dude, it was like the #3 best-selling game of 2025. It literally is. It prints cash for them. I think, isn't it like 2K's best-selling game? Which is crazy because they have NBA 2K.
You and your wallet are welcome.
It's nice as it makes the most basic loot very interesting. Yeah, I mean, the only issue with the system that they would just need to implement and improve in the future is like, there just needs to be more balance in the parts. You know what I mean? Like, I could tell you to look for like Jacobs and Torg or like Jacobs and Ripper on like literally every weapon, and like it doesn't really matter what the weapon is most of the time. Like that's gonna be what you want. You know what I mean? There needs to be like real reasons and diversity in the different parts and like how you'd pick them and use them.
I'll pump you up. A little premature irradiation.
I think the bigger question isn't if we get a Borderlands 5 or not. It's if we get another year of content after season 1 ends for BL4 if they move on. That's my question. Do we get another season pass or is it just on to the next one?
No pulse? No.
The thing that's rough right now, at least from my point of view, is this. Like, it's Friday night. There's 5,000 people playing. The 24-hour peak is 7,000, right? But this is our first paid DLC. Like, Saturday, January 10th, there wasn't new content. You know what I mean? Like, this is the first paid DLC. It spiked at 8.5K as its max. And, like, you know, fucking random day with no content. There's more players playing. You know what I mean? Like, Sunday, the 22nd of February, had 7.89K players playing. There's no new content, no anything going on then. And right now, the 24-hour peak with the new DLC out is less. You know what I mean? Like, we basically saw like a 10% increase, if that, in players from this DLC dropping. Like, people have just lost interest. I mean, like, I don't know. Here's the tough thing. Is, let's say this update was, like, literally perfect. They nailed pearls. Everyone was super happy with the, Everyone was super happy with the, DLC. I just don't. I don't think the numbers would really change, to be honest with you. Like, I think a lot of people will come back for cash, but at the same time, you know, there's a lot of people that probably will never be back. Got too frustrated, moved on. You would think it's better number on consoles. Oh, it's always better number on consoles. But it's usually reflective. You know what I mean? Like if Steam only saw like a 10% jump in the DLC, it's not like console's going to be a 200% jump. There's like maybe 2 to 3x more players on console. Absolutely. But it's not like Steam, the like usual ebb and flow of players is the same on console, but just with more numbers, if that makes sense. Major DLC, yeah.
Remember, I got the sales for what else?
I hope they let us do some sort of like play testing or something of the update in the new DLC and the character. Boom, boom. So when is the big story DLC? First quarter of this year, which means like probably end of next month or at the very start of April. But I'd guess about a month from now. It has to be by end of March. Yeah, if we're going by their timeline that they've told us, yeah. They really do need to hit that deadline. Is there a way to keep track of the shinies you get from the DLCs / packs? No, I don't believe so. DLC they gave us for E33. Ooh, good question. Probably not for a minute. It was already announced. The major DLC was already announced. We just don't have a date yet. They gave us a roadmap, and in the roadmap was end of Q1 of this year, which should be before end of March. My guess is exactly a month from when this came out. I hate that rolled C of it. What are you currently farming for? I was farming for a good bubbles.
You're so impressive. Thank for sale, baby shield. Never worn.
Daedalus, Shotgun, Mercurius, but no Jacobs. I was hoping for Jacobs, Daedalus, Shotgun.
Just remember, a life of caution's hardly worth living.
I'm feeling frosty.
I don't know if I would say that, Mark. I get what you're going for. He said that, if you can't see the YouTube chat, he said that 600 people are streaming Borderlands or watching Borderlands, and 29,000 are watching Arc Raiders. Franchise is dead. Look, I agree. Borderlands 4 has been very, very rough. But once again, it was also the third best-selling game of 2025. They made a ton of money. The game hit like 300K concurrent or something like that on Steam when it came out. Borderlands has never been a big Twitch game. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have Summit 1G and like Shroud and Tomb the Tapman and stuff like that streaming Borderlands. Like, it's never gonna have like crazy Twitch numbers. Never has been. It was because they refused to go full live service. You know what I mean? It's like saying like Borderlands doesn't have as many viewers as like, I don't know, World of Warcraft or something. You know what I mean?
Next time you're bleeding
Just totally different.
It's about to get cold.
It's always been a niche game or niche community. Exactly. Borderlands typically does pretty well on like YouTube though, but like never like huge on Twitch. But like I would, for example, Warframe's kind of like that, right? Like, look, I just to disprove your argument. I get what you're going for, but look at this. Ready? Warframe. Warframe has 49,000 people playing it right now. That's crazy. There are currently 2.7K people watching Warframe with 49,000 concurrent. Warframe's just not a huge streaming thing. Like, it doesn't draw in viewers as much for streaming because it's not a great game to watch streaming wise. But the concurrents are fucking crazy. Like, you know what I mean? Only see these numbers when they do their Warframe channel streams. Yeah, dude. When they do their big like Warframe channel streams or announcements, everyone comes out of the woodwork. It's crazy.
I got just the thing. Get ready to barf.
Burnt Peanut streamed to Borderlands on launch. He's the biggest streamer. Was it sponsored? Ooh. Like, I don't know. I don't think that's a valid argument. Any big game that has a budget behind it will sponsor a bunch of streamers to do it, and then as soon as the streamers are done with their sponsorship, a lot of times they'll just go move on and play something else. You know what I mean? Like, I'd imagine Burn Peanut played High Guard on launch. Doesn't mean that, like, you know what I mean? I don't know. Oh, fuck! We got the God roll. There it is. Jacob's Daedalus Shotgun Bubbles. It rolled Shock, which is, I don't love, but that is exactly what we're looking for. That could be nutty on Amon, honestly. That's an Amon weapon. Did it roll low DPS? 7.9, 7.8, 7.1, 5, 6. Ah, it's higher than all my other bubbles. Poggies. I think we're good. We can move on to the next farm.
For sale, baby shield.
This is for you.
Look at the game budgets versus its revenue. Once again, it was the third highest selling game of 2025. They made a large profit. They did well for themselves. You can't get much better than third best selling game of 2025. I don't know if I would use that for neutron capture. Probably too slow of a fire rate.
See, they don't let me cut on folks no more. But what they don't.
Will they add class mods for cash to all the previous class mod dropping bosses? I have no idea. That's a great question. I'm trying to think how they did it for previous additional characters. We didn't get any new characters in BL3. How do they do it for, like, Krieg and Gage? A super soldier? That's random. Is cash free to play or part of the paid DLCs? Cash is going to be paid. Did you have some expired chicken for dinner tonight? I had some potentially expired chicken for dinner last night. It was cooked though, and it expired on like the 24th, so I thought it was fine.
Backup has arrived.
How you doing, Rem? Rem and I stayed at my dad's house when we went to the Rocket League Major this past weekend. God, that just deletes ammo. You know, I have like a kind of an inventory hoarding issue. I kid you not, my dad's kitchen is full of relics of like when I was born. Everything in his fridge was expired. It was wild. He had, not that it like expires, but he had a thing of salt that expired. Like, how many years of shelf life is salt that it would say that it's past its expiration date?
Just remember,
There's a fresh pack of chicken in the center of the fridge, like just 2 chicken breasts hanging out that expired in 2024. Insane. Salt lasts forever, though. I know. I just like the fact that it's still there and it says that it's expired means that it is probably there from my childhood. We made pasta and I went to go get the Parmesan cheese, also expired in 2024. Is better with Torgue Stickies or Impact? I probably would prefer it with Impact, off of the simple fact that I think it's a mobbing weapon, and Stickies are not a little awkward for bossing.
Doctor says go.
No, so the reason the chicken was in the fridge, I called him about it, is he bought it in 2024, put it in the fridge or freezer, and froze it, and then took it out a week ago to eat in 2026. Which, like, I don't know. I feel like meat lasts an incredibly long time if you freeze it, but 2 years is pushing it. I don't know if I would have eaten that. Carnivore, I think the 15 months, appreciate that. Enjoying the month of ad reviewing, subtly stuck to the Discord. I think we're part of multiple bit.
No, that's a lot of damage.
Invasion.
Builds the immune system. You know what's funny is he genuinely never gets sick. So maybe it really does. Okay, we don't seem to have notifications on. Give me 1 second.
Oh, that's a lot of
There
damage.
it is. Okay, fixed. Sorry about that.
This is a subscription test.
Fixed. I love when sources constantly die.
Remember, no.
I'm feeling frosty.
I don't know if I could do it again. Boom, 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 boom. That's a high DPS, Bubbles. That's the first one we've gotten that's over 8K. What are your final thoughts on the DLC? I'll have a video out on that tomorrow. See how that goes. I don't know. I think the DLC is fine. I think it's solid. There's a bunch of new weapons, new bosses, new areas. You get new cosmetics. I think they need to fix the Ordinite mechanic / vile enemy mechanic. Cause like it's really bad that dot builds don't work against it. You know what I mean? Like, we need dots to be able to work against them because it invalidates like a lot of Vex and Amon builds. But overall, I think it's worth. I mean, I've now got 15 hours in the DLC. If you are expecting this to be a full like DLC expansion, though, it's not. It's I mean, it's still like a bounty pack as a headhunter. It is not the equivalent of like it's our first TD or Mercurius. It's not the equivalent of like a handsome jackpot or something like that, or assault on mercenary keep or dragon keep. What did Hylo say when she worshipped? The scientific method. Way less cool than Vex. Are there any other good looter shooters? Looter shooter genre is a little bleak right now, to be honest. Destiny is probably the worst worst spot it's ever been. Division 2 is actually getting new content. Warframe is doing great. TFD needs to figure their shit out, but it's in a better spot than it used to be. My biggest complaint with this DLC is I wish we got a little bit more like build altering items. Like, I don't really know if I can make any like new builds with the items in this. It's more so like using current builds with new guns. You know what I mean? Can anyone confirm or deny if the Sandhawk can drop with stickies or not? Because if it can, that is the next thing we should go farm. Holy crap, do we really have to go all the way around? I think we're better off just fast traveling here and then going. You're pretty certain it can't. I haven't seen it yet. I have gotten Torg Impact on it. Wouldn't the shy game on build change with the bubbles? I don't think so, no. If impact should be stickies? Not necessarily. You get the new AR with stickies? Fleabag? Fleabag default stickies. Fleabag is from Stone Demon. Okay. I haven't gotten a good roll of that yet. The Laser Discer. Dude, Laser Discer probably biggest disappointment of this DLC. It does none of the things that you'd think it would. Yo, guys, what is up? Max in our portal. Don't say a word. Bum, 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 bum. Amon with Conflux. Yes and no. I would have been like, I guess my way of saying is that, like, I don't know if I would use the Conflux on a different build than the one that we have already made for our, like, status fight to Amon, if that makes sense. Like, if we're just counting the gun being different as a new build, then yes, you could make some new builds from this DLC, for sure. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, my skill points, shield, and everything except for the gun would probably be the same for a lot of these weapons. If that makes sense.
At least they can't shoot phase bullets. I think.
You know what would have changed that and could have made new builds is if we got these new weapons and we got balance changes. Because major patches are used for balance changes, except for when they're not. And then we gotta wait another month to get a single balance change. That was the worst part about this update. Hack the pearls, help everything else. How are we not get a single balance change? I'll take Bowers at this point. Yeah, I agree. Shala Shashka is my favorite. So good.
For sale, baby shield.
I do want to mess around more with the Conflux sniper rifle. On paper, it could be pretty interesting with the right setup. Unfortunately, it seems to be the rarest of the three. I have one on this character, I'm pretty sure. Pretty underwhelming shock dot. Oh shit. I'm gonna go order dinner real quick.
Love the commitment to self-care. Enjoy this break.
At least not a kinetic override. True. Ba 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 boom. What should we get for dinner? Boom, boom, boom. Element on it was shock corrosive on the sniper. Taco Bell. I don't know if I've ever once ordered Taco Bell sober. I don't think so. We're gonna do a Mediterranean bowl. Mixed greens, hummus, tzatziki. Toppings, tomato cucumber, pickled onions, feta. Cabbage slaw.
Man, my tech is really great for murder. I hate when the captain's right.
with some falafel. Just got Jacob's Ripper, Roulette, Boggies. Oh, what the fuck? I ordered a buy one, get one free bowl, but the store minimum in order to purchase it is $19, and my order is $13. Actual scam. Oh, that's crazy. Bro can't resist a BOGO. I love the BOGO. Kind of a scam when your BOGO for a bowl is $13, but you have to spend $19 to order it. Just you're paying for 2 bowls at that point.
You're so impressive. Just remember, alive.
I've recently been on the burrito with no rice train. It's elite. Wait, new DLC came out. Are the Pearl Essence the thing now? They are a thing. They only added 3 pearls, though. We are close to cash. Hopefully. Dude, I hope they do some real marketing for cash. They can't, like, put out the trailer that cash is dropping the day before like they did for this deal, so...
Oh, no pulse. Let me guess.
Shiver me timbers!
How Brogan Wings with COV mag work? Oh, in terms of the, like, slowing down? It's actually a good question. I don't think it would change anything. The reason I say that is because, like, even if you're on an infinite ammo build with Rafa and you're not consuming any ammo, it still slows down for some reason. I don't really understand that.
Prepare for frostbite!
I don't feel the same. Hubs is.
Everyone's weakness is death!
Yeah, the DLC that we are getting with cash, from the way that they explained it, is going to be adding a whole nother region to the map. So, like, this DLC might be the size of, like, this area, for example. The next DLC is going to be the size of this whole thing. They said is the same size as the existing regions. So it's quite literally going to be a whole nother region. Meaning, I'd imagine it comes with its own new vault. It's going to have main story quests, side quests. Oh, really? Yep. It'll be a large addition to the open world. Currently, our content right now is, you know, kind of sectioned off. It's not actually open world content. It's like you travel to an area and then there's the instance like new content. It's gonna be adding to the open world. That's a good change. Yeah, I agree. Chances of the bee coming back. Oh, we got the bird's bees. Close enough. I hate having to find these little crystals. This is Infinite Craya. New grenade's good to draw attention to the mobs. Word. Oh my god, this is my food could be here in an hour. How many gigs will that DLC be? Probably pretty massive. Will it be added to the map? The way that they described it, yes. I don't want to like confirm anything because like we only know once we actually get it, but when they described the DLC, that's what they said. It's going to be a new region added to the open world, the size of our current ones. I think that's part of the reason why we're only getting 2, is because I think they're going to be larger than our, larger than previous DLCs we've seen. This is going to sound like massive copium, and it probably is. But my running theory on why updates and stuff have been so slow for Borderlands 4 is that the majority of the team is working on post-launch content. / probably the next Borderlands game or Wonderlands game. But I'd imagine there's quite a bit of people making that DLC. Also, if it comes with a level cap increase, not only you're going to be grinding cash, but you'd also want to go grind all of your other characters to catch them back up and make new builds and stuff. It should be like a pretty crazy injection of content. There's definitely some hopium, but I'll take it. Drop the copium and nobody gets hurt. Yeah. I'm a danger to myself. Dump out everything in your bank into trash. Your weapons you're gonna want to replace. Class mods and enhancements and stuff like that. Realistically, probably not going to need to replace. You know what I mean? If the level cap goes up 5 levels or 10 levels, you might be missing out on like a small amount of passive damage on an enhancement or a class mod. But, you know, it'll probably take a really long time to get on par class mod or enhancement. You know what I mean? That's how it worked with the past BL3 DLCs, is like, you'd replace your guns, but like, your class mods and artifact god rolls, like, you're not really replacing. You know what I mean? Eventually you would, but I don't plan on throwing out any like class mods or enhancements. Weapons will be a fire sale though.
Oh, I mapped that out perfectly.
I'm still on the fence on getting the season pass. You say it's good. Jolt says it isn't worth. I guess the question is, are you enjoying Borderlands 4 and do you want more content to play? If the answer is you're done with the game and don't enjoy it, then don't get the season pass. If you like the game and are looking for more things to do, more weapons to get, and more things to farm, I'd get the season pass.
Just remember,
If that makes sense.
What? No
Gonna be using a 150 watts for a while. Yeah, like realistically, like the only thing that's going up with the watts would be like your shield capacity. You know what I mean? It's not like you could roll like 200% watts on a higher level one.
So satisfying. Backup has arrived.
Like the I know. It's different for everyone. This whole DLC is the cost of a Chipotle burrito bowl, and I've already played it now for 16 hours. So like to me that's worth. If you're just gonna run through it and not farm the gear and stuff, don't have interest in the gear, and you're just doing it for the story, absolutely not worth. Higher capacity, yeah, true. Would technically be worth. Worse.
if you've got skin, I'll help you.
Hope there's room for more.
I don't play Borderlands for the story. I mean, I don't play any game for the story.
What happens when I press?
I always kind of thought it was weird, the fascination with the Borderlands game with the story. Personally.
This space team.
Reloading just means you're doing your job.
Oh, Phosphine. Foggies. We got a Phosphine Flea bag. That looks pretty sick, actually. Some guns don't get a full, like, Phosphine coverage. This thing's pretty bulky. Actually, a pretty good-looking Phosphine. Did Gibrock say if the DLC bosses would be in a weekly encore?
Ain't for sale.
Ooh, I don't know. Part of me kind of doubts it. Same way they wouldn't put like a Maurice Black Market vending machine in the DLC. You can't think of a single game that actually has a good story. Expedition 33. That game wins.
Everyone's weakness is death.
Yeah, they could technically split it. God of War also is a great story. Those God of War remaster games probably gonna be pretty cool.
Remember, I got the sales for what ails you.
No need to
Blowing up the ocean. Yeah. The thing I mean, I've said this a bazillion times. The thing for me is, like, in a Borderlands game, if it has, like, an entertaining story, that's just the cherry on top. You know what I mean? Like, I've got hundreds of hours in Borderlands 4, but I've never done an additional playthrough. Like, I got my characters to 50, and that was it. I got all my characters to 50. That is all the playthroughs I've done. The story is just something you gotta put up with your first run, and then, like, after that, you know what I mean? The percentage of amount of content that I've played that's story content, especially with the level 30 skip, is probably, you know, maybe 2% of my playtime. We're getting another raid boss and then a takedown after cash drops. I'm running Infinite Crit Harlow. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, I gotta see a CV one. You can see if it slows down. Yeah, it still slows down even on CV. Yeah, I wouldn't mind Chaos Chambers in this game. To be honest, it'd be pretty sick. My issue with Chaos Chambers was, one, that they were the only end game, so they got very repetitive and boring quickly. And the other issue is that they invalidated farming literally anywhere else. You know what I mean? Like, they were just OP for farming, that you didn't do any dedicated farming, which, like, basically invalidated 90% of the content in the game. But, like, if they put specific things behind a Chaos Chamber,
You're welcome.
that could be kind of cool. With additional mobbing content. Like, what if the Chaos Chambers were where you'd farm enhancements? We kind of have an enhancement farm now with Bloom Reaper, but, like, instead of little bunnies to pick, if you wanted just shotgun or SMG or something, all of them would be for enhancements, and you could pick if you wanted to drop TDR enhancements or Torg enhancements or Jacob's enhancements. Like, that could be kind of sick. There's no dedicated farm for enhancements right now, really. And Bloom Reaper kind of. Boom, boom. Is it possible to get a gun with CUV and Ripper? I don't think so. Some guns like default come with it, but that's because they're like defaulted to that role. Yeah, the Golden God, but it's like default Ripper COV. Like that's, it can't not roll with that. You know what I mean? That's not like a random roll. Ripper Fleabag. You know where you're gonna put points for the level cap increase for Harlem? I haven't put too much thought into that yet, to be honest with you. Probably Blue Trib. I'd probably go parallel circuit into 1 point negative, points into bright, future, and then 3 points precision engineering. Pick up another 30% crit damage for infinite crit. Grab Ripple. Be pretty happy with that, if that's how many points we get. That might be too many though, right? So that would be at least like 14. I don't think we're getting 14 extra points. You're thinking like 7. The thing with Infinite Crit is we kind of need all of these points. Like the only thing we could lose is Feedback Loop, but the extra duration that Feedback Loop gives makes it way easier to sustain at higher stacks. So like there's nothing that could really replace this. Which means it would basically be like extra gun damage and a little bit of fire rate, or a little bit of fire rate and a little bit of damage. But Infinite Crit Harlow usually has really good fire rate. So I think I'd probably go parallel, to be honest with you. Yeah, there's not a whole lot that we really would need for this particular build. Honestly, it might just go into latent charge. Latent charge runway. Just finish out green might honestly be the best points of that. I think the character that's probably going to benefit from the level cap increase the most is going to be Amon. Eamon's got a lot of things that he like very much struggles to get all of. Doesn't have as much. I think the big thing with Amon is he doesn't have as much damage concentrated in one tree as the other characters. Like a lot of builds are gonna be split trees. So any like split tree build is gonna really benefit from extra skill points. Builds that like solo send into one tree won't benefit as much.
I made this just for you.
You can only have 2 if the base gain is one of them. Yeah.
Radiation out.
Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, Vex is a lot of kill skill bonuses that she's like just shy of. Or that you have to make a decision between which kill skills you want to pick up. You'll be able to pick up blue tree kill skills or invest more into red.
Back in the fight.
Ranger Rafa's really gonna like some extra skill points. Right now, you're kind of having to pick between some damage and survivability on that build, and you're just gonna get both with skill point increases. I'm just running Infinite Crit Harlow. You put as many points in action skill cooldown rate? What, on Harlow? You don't need action skill cooldown rate on Harlow. We have a confirmative reality. Whenever you shoot an entangled enemy, she and all your allies restore a portion of your action skill cooldown. This is per pellet. So if you're shooting a gun with multiple pellets, everything gives you just flat CD with our fire rate. Basically, just get infinite cooldown. As long as your you still have your bonus damage, you're chilling here. Because this bonus damage lasts even when your action skill goes down. So for 12 seconds, you will entangle enemies on shot, and then you just shoot them with this, and then you get your action skill back. What's the bullet one? Next to group study? It's only when your action skill is cooling down, but like our action skill is never cooling down. It can be annoying to get the CD down because Bloom Reaper could outlast your bonus element duration, and then you have to wait. Which means you need to shoot things that aren't Bloom Reaper to get your cooldown back. This Hail spend a lot of time immune.
This may sting. Plenty to go around. You started for the rest. Oh, I mapped that out perfectly.
Got shiny roulette, still no Jacob's Ripper. I mean, the big thing you're looking for is Ripper. If it comes with Jacob's or not, doesn't matter too much. I really wanted to get a good version of this Flea weapon, but we've only gotten one to drop in all of these kills. New story? This isn't a story DLC. It's like a headhunter. There is a little bit of lore, but not much. If you're looking for story content, this isn't it. The gearbox never nerfed the bod. Nope. Been the best gun since day one. He's dead there, right? Nice. They've talked about it. They said they will. Hey, we got a Jacob's Flea bag. Pog. I literally just complained and then we got it. See, complaining works. Is the bubbles any good? I like it a lot. Alright, let's go try this thing out. I got a comment on my YouTube saying that it's really good on Infinite Crit with Jacobs. Sorry. Harlow. I mean, people were asking, like, what's different in the game, and I talked about drop rates, but Infinite Crit Harlow technically got a massive buff. In that, Infinite Crit is no longer fake crits, it's true crits. Pretty gross, buff. Even if it is a little bit inadvertent. Shala Shashka can have 5. Maybe with Jacob's Ripper, this thing would be good. I guess we'll see on these bosses. Alright, moment of truth. Definitely better. I've definitely had some issues with co-op, but I also really haven't touched co-op since the game came out. Co-op was really buggy for me when the game launched, and then I just really haven't done much of it since. We're on the map, Terminus Range, but you need to get the quest for it first. lets it kill, I think. I actually think it does worse damage on 2 bosses. Like, because all of the stickies move to the most recently hit enemy. So, like, me shooting at both is not actually helping, I don't think. Because it's just going to transfer to the other enemy the last I shot at. Which means, like, we should just shoot at one. And, I guess technically on paper, just shooting at one enemy when there's 2 around with the Jacob's roll would 2x its DPS, I think, but not actually do stickies on the other enemy, right? Like, it would proc stickies on ricochets, and then the ricochet stickies would then, when detonated, go to the enemy that we were firing at. So they should basically, like, go back and forth. So Jacob's roll would technically increase the single target of it. See those extra stickies from the guy that died? So we're just gonna shoot at one. The last one to explode. Anyone else not like stickies? They're OP. It is a little silly that is basically just like stickies on any weapon plus infinite ammo equals good boss weapon. How's it against ordinate enemies? We can go dazed. Yeah, there isn't a pro rarity sort filter.
The trouble never ends.
Somebody who needs a talking to.
Wait, by the way, real quick. Let me put on a Jacob's enhancement.
An explosive
That guy's elemental eater. RIP. Was hoping for better on that enemy. We did get them down, but it took a while. Oh, look, another pearl. Dude, we're like on day 2 of this update, and my excitement for getting a pearl is already gone. Sad. I've yet to get a good roll of that shotgun, so hopefully that roll is decent. Oh my god, we got another pearl. Bro, they're just not rare. You know what I mean? It's just not rare. Canister, canister. Canister. You motherfuck. 12 seconds to kill this guy. I gotta pull out the bot if we're gonna get him. He disappears while I'm firing at him? That's crazy. It's actually insane. Not the rain. I'm just gonna change the strain. Used to think the KOs in was so good, then you switch to the bot, and now you're sad. I had the exact same experience. Yeah, it is a bit broken, Riker. Hey, my food's 2 minutes away. We should get more levels. We're getting more levels just in the next update. They should just remove stickies from the bod's pool. That would bring it down quite a notch. It'd still be really strong though, but it would at least have like more of a use case scenario. Like if the bot didn't have stickies, it'd still be one of the best boss killing weapons, but it wouldn't be good against these Ordinite enemies. The stickies themselves are really strong against the Ordinite enemies.
Do you believe in demons, Wellspring?
You really need 3 into sustainment. It's the whole reason we're using the biorobot, or 3 into sustained reaction, sorry. Need 3 into sustained reaction. Everything else doesn't matter. Probably 3 into sustained reaction, and then as many points into feedback or confirmative as you can get. As little as points as possible into practical applications. Do anything? Nothing. No.
Demon before?
Well,
Rhetorical. An infernal creature, not of this world, dwells within the mountain. It has slain dozens of augur sacrifices over the years. My brother Pietro among them. I have long petitioned the council to send a hunting party to destroy it. But as usual, they lack the spine. So, I must ask for your aid. I've marked the mountain's maw on your Echo 4. From there, you'll delve into the ancient augur mines and kill the demon. I couldn't bear for this hellion to take any more people I care about.
aw, that's so nice.
I took the liberty of locking the entrance to the mine, given the heaps of death.
Boom, boom.
Simply ring those bells to open the way. Some would have rung 1,000 years. Careful, Wellspring, for this is the point.
I tried neutron capture against the Ordinite bosses.
Because
No, not yet.
Fair enough. A point of optional return then. Regardless.
I don't think the actual damage from your action skill would be enough to kill the enemies, though, or like break the crystals. But
that looks like an
you'd
Ordinite
juice up your weapon a whole bunch.
Thriving start. This science can't be done. Calculation correct.
Boom.
I have a feeling
Any good splash weapons for neutron? Wombo. Wombo's disgusting with neutron.
The rocks taste like cherries.
Oh, I bet those were.
Wombo does some really weird things with neutron.
Here you go. The processor. Actually, what happens when I press
Huh?
Oh, I think the processor's all done. You coming to take my Ordinite, big guy? Here you go.
Thank you. Any pearls yet? Oh, we've gotten 2 in the last 10 minutes. Yeah, a lot of pearls. A lot of pearls.
Let's make some pearls.
What role do you want on Bubbles? Jacobs is the most important. Daedalus shotgun's pretty nice for the extra ammo, but it chews through the ammo, so I'm like, it's good, but Ripper might feel a little bit better for the extra fire at. Last man. They lied to us about pearls. They implemented pearls really poorly. I think they absolutely messed up, but they didn't lie about anything. Unless I'm missing something.
Let's make some pearls.
What? There's no more enemies left. Okay. There is a canister. Boom.
My brother never believed in the mountain's divinity. He would ask, why worship a rock?
Shock override. Ripper.
By the way, Wellspring, did I mention?
About them being rare? Yeah, they're definitely not rare. I mean, the weird thing is they all have different drop rates. The shotgun's a 7% drop rate, which is quite high. The pistol's a 100% drop rate. And then the sniper is all 1% drop rate. Which also makes no sense.
If you survive, you'll be the first person to leave the heart of the mountain alive in a century.
You didn't ask.
We'll make you a very nice commemorative plaque. I promise.
They need to buff the sniper. True. When they announced them. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I'm a bit torn. Like, I want them to be really rare, and they don't feel rare right now, but they also aren't that good. So, like, it seems like you need a specific part roll on them to make them good, which I also think is a mistake. But, like, me needing a specific part roll on them to make it good means that, like, even with a 7% drop rate, like, I haven't gotten a good shotgun yet. You know what I mean? Like, I'm looking for this shotgun to roll with Jacobs. If it can, I don't know, but I have yet to find a Jacobs version of it. So, like, for me, like, all of these are kind of trash. 1 second, my food is here. Eigenburst is the best, but I still want to get a good roll on it. Yeah, the Shala can roll dataless shotgun. The shotgun can roll, Jacobs. You got one. Yup.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Happy 49 champion. Here's to many more.
Yo, Chaotic. Hey, notifications are working, Pog. Chaotic, thank you for the 49 months, dude. One away from 50. That's crazy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm gonna put on a video real quick
Recently,
while I
this video-
eat.
Gamers, yes, it is true. Phil Spencer's parting gift to me on his way out the door was doing that thing he always does, waiting until the very second that I've uploaded the week's show before dropping the news that he was retiring, replaced by 36-year-old Asha Sharma, formerly head of Microsoft's AI business stack, formerly chief operating officer at Instacart, formerly VP of product at Meta, where she oversaw messaging platforms. Joining him on the way out the door is Sarah Bond, a very surprising exit, which we'll certainly talk more about. But staying in the mix is Matt Booty, who got a promotion to chief content officer at Microsoft Gaming, broadening his remit since prior to that he was only overseeing Xbox
Dude,
Studios.
what has happened with
Now,
Xbox?
look, there's a lot to talk about here. There's Phil's legacy, the timing of his retirement, the noticeable passing over of Sarah Bond, the fact that Matt Booty is still there, and most importantly, the appointment of Asha herself and what that means for the future of Xbox. And I say might mean because the truth is absolutely no one knows at this point, so we're all just out here speculating. So we're going to go over all of that bit by bit, which means that this is going to be a very Xbox heavy episode, but the truth is I've been holding this in for a whole week and I got a lot to say, so I hope you'll indulge me. Phil Spencer joined Microsoft as an intern back in 1988. While many of us were sitting on the carpet watching Ninja Turtles, Phil Spencer was beginning his career, positioning himself to take a central role in the creation of one of gaming's most disruptive, most iconic, and most enduring pillars, Xbox, a platform that dared to stare down the triumvirate of Sony, Nintendo, and Sega and say, we can do it better. And you know what? For a while, They kind of did. Sony definitely won the PS1 and PS2 eras as they defined what modern gaming could, should, and would look like, but their arrogance led to the disastrous launch of the PS3, a console so expensive and so lacking in compelling software in its early years that it left a yawning chasm in the market that Microsoft were only too happy to fill with the Xbox 360. Sure, basically every 360 was defective owing to the Red Ring of Death, but it didn't matter how many Xboxes broke when Microsoft was selling more of them than they could make. In an era where online multiplayer was truly taking off, games like Halo 2, Gears of War, and Call of Duty put the Xbox 360 at the center of the cultural zeitgeist. Even though Wii sales were outpacing the Xbox by a significant margin, and even though the PS3 would eventually catch up to the 360's estimated 86 million units sold, the Xbox 360 definitely won the 7th console generation. In fact, it won it so decisively that Xbox began experiencing the same debilitating case of overconfidence that wrecked Sony's 7th gen, and I really don't need to remind you what happened next except to say that it involved this man and the letters T and V.
Our new dog model is taken from high-resolution scans of an actual SEAL Team service dog.
We didn't know it at the time, but that press conference was actually one of the greatest
What's the best Amon
in the
build?
history of consumer electronics.
I prefer Ordnance Amon.
Decades worth of brand building in one fell swoop. Its reverberations have continued to echo ever since.
I don't know if that would work very well
Spencer
against these
himself
Ordnite
a reviews
enemies.
ago when he commented that Xbox's strategy had to evolve in recognition of the fact that Xbox had lost the most important console generation, the one where we all built our digital libraries. We were used to game libraries having a specific shelf life that only lasted as long as the console generation itself, which made it easy to jump to a competing ecosystem each console generation. But with an increasing percentage of digital ownership and with the hope of future backwards compatibility, our libraries became important long-term investments that we were very loath to part with. And this really is where Phil Spencer enters the scene properly. In 2014, Xbox down and out, massively trailing Sony in terms of sales, brand cash completely shot.
What's up,
a
Greg?
console that was notably less performant than the PS4, with zero system-selling games either now or on the horizon, and with only a tiny number of first-party studios who might be relied upon to turn things around. Now look, there's a lot of criticism to be leveled at Phil Spencer, and we will certainly get to that, but I think it's hard to disagree with the idea that Phil Spencer made almost all the right moves when he took over. He rightly diagnosed that the Xbox One generation was already lost, and he began aggressively positioning for the next generation. He ensured that the next piece of hardware that Xbox delivered would be the most powerful console on the market, or at least comparable to other offerings. He championed backwards compatibility so that you knew your Xbox library would stay with you, acquired a raft of studios big and small, promising the most compelling first-party lineup of Xbox exclusives ever. Most controversially, but also most significantly, he pioneered the Netflix of video games, Game Pass, a service that would have a transformative impact on Xbox for both good and ill, opening up a valuable revenue stream that Microsoft could bank every month, while also training the Xbox audience on the expectation that they'll never have to buy another video game ever again. So the foundations were pretty strong, I think. In fact, they were so strong at the start of that console generation that I really believed that Xbox was back and it was going to be giving Sony a real run for its money, and that we'd have a really close,
I feel like they fumbled Game Pass so hard.
But there was one big gap in all of this, and it's the most important gap of all. For all its performance and cost effectiveness, the Xbox Series consoles did not have a single truly system-selling game. Not one game that was so good that you had to go out and buy an Xbox to experience it. A drought that had played the entirety of the Xbox One generation and continued into the Xbox Series era. All of this put Xbox in a weakened position when it fully acquired Activision Blizzard King in 2023, a transaction so large that the earn-out imperative superseded all other considerations. If the install base of the consoles was not large enough to make the required profit margin on the games, then the solution was simple: make the games multi-platform. And I think that all of the wobbly messaging we saw from Phil and his leadership team during that time was a reflection of the fact that they spent their entire careers running a race that saw platform growth and profit growth as intertwined. But now that dynamic had shifted. With a third-party portfolio that large, the portfolio's revenue potential on other platforms was exponentially larger, so it only made sense to deprioritize the platform. That's how you get "this is an Xbox." A loud and proud statement from Microsoft that they don't care about their hardware, only their ecosystem, and coupled with a complete absence of exclusive titles, it's only logical that Microsoft's hardware business would...
That was a wild ad.
At the same time, Xbox's problems with making great system-selling games continued, and I don't want to overlook the value of fantastic games like Forza Horizon or Indiana Jones or Psychonauts or Hellblade, but these games are not enough to shift the way we think about Xbox. There's a damning statistic about Game of the Year nominees at the Game Awards. Since that show began back in 2014, Nintendo has had 11 Game of the Year nominees, Sony has had 13, Xbox 1. It was Psychonauts 2 back in 2021, a game I absolutely loved, but that is not a system seller by any stretch of the imagination.
That's crazy.
So just as we can acknowledge and celebrate Phil's commitment to a thriving first-party studio group delivering must-play exclusives, we also need to recognize that he failed to deliver that, and his inability to properly pick winners
not
and steward
Redball.
them to the finish line had huge repercussions for the studios he owned. Waves of cutbacks across various studios have cost thousands of jobs, with just as many lost by way of studio closures and cancelled projects. Had Phil Spencer and head of Xbox Studios Matt Booty been able to lead these projects better, many of these people would still have a job, and we'd have more great games to play, and Phil Spencer would have had more bargaining power the next time Satya Nadella kicks down the door demanding more cost reduction so he can hyperscale more AI compute. I've seen teary-eyed eulogizing of Phil uncritically thanking him for saving Xbox, and I've also seen very uncharitable maledictories, refusing to acknowledge many of the good things that Phil Spencer strove for and accomplished. Me personally, I'll be real with you. I think Phil Spencer truly cared about video games and Xbox, and I think he did everything in his power to make Xbox successful, and I think he tried to do it in a way that focused on great games and a great consumer experience and great value for the consumer. But his strategy just didn't work, and so Satya Nadella took over when the Activision acquisition hit, and that's all she wrote. Phil Spencer effectively stopped leading Microsoft Gaming back then, and that's not to absolve Phil of any of the failures over the last 2 years, rather it's to suggest that these past 2 years, where the Xbox brand has all but completely collapsed, it's a direct result of Phil Spencer's failure over the previous decade. How important is intention and goodwill in that equation? How much does it matter that Phil Spencer had a high gamer score and wore
First level
Hex
and
and
all-rounder
t-shirts?
farmer,
To some,
Vex or
not at
Roth?
all. To me, it matters at least a little bit. I think Phil is fundamentally a decent person who tried to do something and it didn't work, and now the wheel is turning.
Probably
I think that naturally
Rafa.
leads into a discussion about Sarah Bond, former Xbox president, and by all accounts, the heir apparent. For years now, many have assumed that Sarah would step up when Phil stepped off, and yeah, that's a logical assumption in traditional circumstances. But I think everyone forgot that these were not traditional circumstances, because the Xbox
Choose
brand
one feasibility
is in
duration, all
crisis,
bars don't
and so
move.
it would have been a curious decision to promote.
I was having that glib. It was associated with memory leak, but I don't have that issue anymore. Or I haven't been having that issue.
One of the architects of that crisis. I know that naturally leads to thoughts about Matt Booty, but we will come back to that. In a note to staff, Bond said that she had decided to step into a new chapter of her career some time ago, and that she had been working closely for weeks with Asha as she begins to step into the role. Does anyone really buy that? Either Bond was let go or she resigned when she learned that she had been passed over, but either way, the suggestion that she had decided to just hang up her controller after so many years positioning herself as the future leader is a little hard to believe. Recently, there was a passing of the torch event held at Microsoft HQ, with Phil, Asha, and Matt Booty all arm in arm. Bond being nowhere to be seen is certainly notable. Either way, I don't know, man. Did we really want Sarah Bond to take over Xbox? Nothing against her personally, but at no point in her tenure as president did I think to myself, oh yeah, this is the person that's going to save Xbox. To be fair though, I don't think I've ever thought that about any executive in any company ever, so it's probably an unfair bar. And then there's Matt Booty, and I think the obvious thought is something along the lines of, it was Matt Booty's job to deliver system-selling games, and over the last 8 years, he hasn't done that. Why is this guy getting a promotion? Well, it's a fair question, and I don't know the answer, but I guess one way to look at it is to kind of zoom out a bit. We think about the fact that Halo sucks, but did you know that Minecraft makes approximately $400 million per year for Microsoft? And do you know who successfully led Mojang after Microsoft acquired it? Matt Booty. Starfield might have sucked, but Oblivion was remastered, and the Fallout TV show supercharged interest in that franchise, leading to huge player counts in games like Fallout 4 and Fallout 76. Indiana Jones probably would have gotten a Game of the Year nomination had it been released in November instead of December. id Software capped off an incredible trilogy with Doom the Dark Ages just recently. Who was overseeing Bethesda as all of this was happening? Matt Booty. Now, none of this is to paint over Booty's many failures in this role, not least of which being the current state of Halo, the mismanagement of projects like Everwild and Perfect Dark, and the absolutely baffling, unforgivable closure of Tango Gameworks. But it is to say that at a time when two of your senior leaders exit and a newcomer steps into the job without any experience in the video games business, you can see the appeal of keeping someone around who knows video games, who knows how to manage massive franchises and massive studios, and is well liked to boot, pun intended. And that brings us to the new boss herself, Asha Sharma. The most notable thing about Asha is that she has absolutely no professional background in video games, and a lot of people seized on this to argue that she's not fit for the job, and there were lots of discussions about her gamer cred as people analyzed her newly created gamer tag and the tweet she was posting about her favorite games, etc, etc. Now I'm going to say something which I know is going to be pretty unpopular, but I'm going to say it anyway. I don't think you need to be a big hardcore gamer to be successful in the video game business. I think it can help, but it's not a requirement. I learned this at the age of 16 when I worked in video game retail, and I could see that some of the best salespeople were those who...
Alright, if you want to watch the rest of that, here is a link. Boom, 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 boom. Will we be jumping on the Mirage update? Oh, for PoE? Absolutely. Yeah. Yes, sir. It looks insane. I might do something really stupid for Mirage, and that is send it on our own homemade build. I've never really made my own build in PoE. It's base game is, I don't know if I know enough about it, but there's so many new skills and new things and crazy reworks and stuff that, like, I don't know. I think we could figure it out. I'm gonna pick like a new one of the new holy skills and just send it. I think it's gonna be the plan. I think I've played PoE enough that we could figure it out. The only thing is, like, if we are gonna do that, we need to do a significant amount of pre-planning, because PoE respecking is not fun. Hopefully it's good, because, like, I don't know. There's so many new things. I feel like all I've seen people talking about is playing, like, the same old builds or the same old skills because they know they're going to be good. And that's, like, it's a very good strat for League start, is play something you know is going to be good, but I don't know.
Really? Because I can fast travel.
Been busy with school. How are the pearls? You're lucky you're busy with school.
That looks like a guy that big's gotta have a really big feet.
Just PoE 1 or 2? 1. I'm very comfortable making builds in PoE 2. PoE 1 is like an entirely different beast, though. The new DLC is good. The pearls are not, unfortunately. They're okay, but, like, I don't know. They just don't live up to expectation or hype or anything. Their unique mechanic isn't all that cool. They're not very rare, and they're not all that good. They are a very cool color. They're very shiny. Yeah, I mean, I like PoE 2 more than 1, for sure. But it looks like we're going to be waiting another, like, 3 months for another PoE 2 league, so...
I think the processor's all done. Are we running or gunning today? Show me pearls!
It's you and me, champ.
Hey, another barrel. Still no fucking Jacobs. Radiata shooting homing. That's cool. Whoa, that looked really weird.
Let's make some progress.
That guy just fell over. Boom, 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 boom.
And one to throw on.
If you die on your first run on those, you can just once you beat the DLC, you can just repeat it. You can just mission replay it. So you missing out on your first run just doesn't really mean anything. Still farm it.
Shooter spotted.
You got Jacob's Incendiary on the shotgun. That's pretty cool.
My brother never believed in the mountain's divinity. He would ask, why worship a rock when it cannot love you back?
Hyperion.
A cruel irony that he had to sacrifice himself to save it. By the way, Wellspring, did I mention that if you survive, you'll be the first person to leave the heart of the mountain alive in a century?
You did not.
We'll make you a very nice commemorative plaque, I promise.
I've yet to see one of these in a default element, like not in like an element that isn't an override. You did get a hand cannon in shock. As we go on. Heard Laserdisc is the best in slot for TDR builds. Yeah, it's pretty good. Shock override. Well, the shock I'm talking about like a base element plus an override element. That I have yet to see. Are pearls not good because of bot and dark beast, or are they just bad? I mean, I don't think they're bad. I just don't think they're good either. If that makes sense.
Aren't we over dictators yet?
You know what I mean? They're just not great. I would put most of them in like solid high B, low A.
I've lived through worse.
You know what I mean? They're definitely not good as like a pod or a dark beast, but they're also like, I don't know, not exceptional. This Eisenburst is definitely my favorite. But like Pearls is supposed to be unique. This thing's unique mechanic is that it does more damage the lower the mag is, right? Not only is that not very unique, but there's literally a gun in the game that already does that that isn't a Pearl. You know what I mean? Like the Bugbear does more damage the lower the mag, and it is just a normal gun. I think this shotgun with a Jacobs roll could genuinely be pretty good, but I have yet to get that roll. One should be enough to get him. Three, two, one. Ooh, just got it.
Who said science can't be fun?
Don't mind. When I close my eyes, I dream I'll see you in the afterlife. That's interesting. Look at this gun. It's got the determined roll up top, and this one has them lower. All of them have the override as the first thing stated, and this one doesn't. It's kind of random. This one's got significantly more damage. For some reason. Shot cost is 2. Shot cost is 2. Does this have no crit multi? Or crit increase? Bro, the one you have equipped rolled a 5th part? What do you mean? Oh, it did roll Jacobs. It did look like it was ricocheting. Interesting. That's tricky as fuck. Wait, what? Did any of these other ones roll like a hidden Jacobs roll? How could you tell that? How could you tell it was an extra part? By the part on the bottom, usually? What do you mean? Like, this one's got TDR on the bottom. I got a tweet about that. Oh, we did get our Jacobs one. That's pretty sick. It shows that it has 5. Wait, do you see that it has 5 parts on this card? Or are you only talking about in the inspect? No. The other one says barrier, yeah. It's got 4 things, but it doesn't have an additional part roll. Sometimes you get no dataless on card, but you see it appear to have the bottom dataless attached. About Jacobs, I don't know the visual difference. Just look at the gun now. I can tell you the other one has a barrier. Yeah. But I'm talking about knowing that it's got like a Jacob's roll or something like that. That was a huge catch, yeah. You have one too? What, a pearl with an additional roll that you didn't say? This thing with the Jacob's roll was putting in some serious work. Yeah, same roll. Wait, like exact same roll Eigenburst? Or like just having a Jacob's part on it?
Oh, shit. Insurance isn't gonna pay for that.
Mine's the same with a little bit more DPS for some reason. Like, it's Atlas Underbarrel plus Teeter shooting home plus Incendiary Override. You also have the same roll? You have one with a hidden Ripper part. Okay.
Wanna see my new invention?
That's right.
Damnation by radiation.
Yeah, go check your pearls. Let me know if you've got other ones that have the additional roll.
Rippers never quit, do they?
Yourself of my character.
Oh no, I lost our action skill all of a sudden. Is that a Phosphian noise? Dude, Jacob's Ripper on this thing could be kind of crazy. Hey, Jacob's Ripper stray. That's the god roll. Well, I guess one half of god roll. Is it better than my current one? 7.7k DPS versus 8.7. No, it is better. Hoggies. We like that. We like that. You choose the knife and me. Bird, did you just see my tweet? Did I get the Jacobs? I did get a Jacobs Eigenburst. Trying to get one all day. We got one, but it doesn't show on the card. Hello, haters. Wildfire is the barrier. Okay.
Why couldn't the moon crush that dude?
You're kind of lost. What are you, like, what part of the game are you at? You at endgame or, like, still in the campaign? We're gonna swap over to Amon. I wanted to see if we can make the sniper work on him. That's looking pretty good. Holy shit, we got another. Another Jacob's River. Oh, that's crazy. Spent so long farming for that role when this game came out. What did Torg Sticky Eigenburst look like? I don't know if I can roll that. All of mine have rolled horribly, except for this one. This one came with an alt-fire deployable shield. This one, Daedalus Sniper. This one, TDR Replicator. This one, nothing. This one, Daedalus Assault Rifle. This one, Hyperion Shield. This one, Underbarrel Prox Mines, which technically Proc Mines are pretty good. What's the name of this game? This is Borderlands 4. Do you need a Siphon or just AmpWorks? Just AmpWorks. It is ideal to get Siphon Amp, but you can get shield regen off of it. Distribution function will heal your shield until you get overshield, or until it's full and then you get overshield. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Did I give this sniper? No. I just want to give this to Amon. See if we can make anything happen with it. Try Vex as well. Oh, fuck. I gotta do one thing real quick. I have to do something for a sponsor. It's supposed to be due tonight, and I forgot. I'm getting yelled at. Sorry about this. Yo, guys, what is up? Max in our video, and today we are playing a little bit of High on Life 2. Now, if you didn't know, this is a comedic first-person shooter. It just launched on all platforms, and the devs of the game reached out to sponsor this video. Today's going to be kind of like a highlights of my first impressions playing through the game. Just the very first start of the game, so there's not really any spoilers there if you're trying to get it yourself. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and huge thanks to the devs for sponsoring this video. Let's do it. I'm going to have to do that one more time. Yo guys, what is up? Moxie here with another video, and today we're playing some High on Life 2. If you don't know High on Life, it is a comedic first-person shooter. I really enjoyed the first one, and the devs at Squanch Games reached out to sponsor this video. In this video, we're going to be playing the first hour to 2 hours of High on Life 2, giving you some highlights and kind of my first time playing it. It's a really, really funny game, and it is available now on all platforms. If you're interested in the game, you can do so and check it out in the pinned comment that you can find also in the description. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. Thanks to Squanch for sponsoring this. Let's do it. All right, sorry about that. Do-do-do. Do I need Daedalus mod on the Dark Beast? Can I get by with just Jacobs? You can get by with just Jacobs. The Daedalus roll is really only if you have a way of sustaining ammo. Otherwise, it'll just blow through all your ammo too quick. Are we sure it exists? I'm not sure it exists, Dragon Rider. I don't know if it can roll with Ripper Daedalus. That would, in theory, be the God roll, but I haven't got to drop either. Only Ripper Jacobs. I believe it is confirmed that it can roll Daedalus. It is confirmed that it can roll Daedalus. I just don't know if it can roll Daedalus Ripper. But in theory, those should be fine to roll on it. What, Neutron Capture? I like Green Tree Harlow more than Neutron Capture. Off of the simple fact that Green Tree is very little downtime on damage. Like, Neutron Capture, I think, out DPS's Green Tree, but you just get to constantly shoot and do damage. You get the... You're always interrupting your flow of gameplay by having to shoot your ball to get your Neutron Capture, and then, your Neutron Capture lasts, 8 seconds or something really short. It's I just don't enjoy the gameplay of it quite as much. Who are we looking for? Amon. Maybe Fire Amon? Or Gun Amon. You have horrible aim. If you have horrible aim, I would recommend Rafa. Rafa's got a build that you don't need to do anything. You just walk around and everything will die around you. Yeah. Oh my god, Vex is actually very solid. Don't really need to aim that, but that's like one specific weapon and one specific build. Vex is a build you don't need to shoot, and the minions will level you to 50 if you don't want to shoot anything. At the moment, you do quad. One crit knife? That's wild. Sorry, I'm looking for a specific aim and save, and I am not finding it right now. Got 3 saves all leveled about being guns. Remember Jacob's mantra? Yep. Oh, you know what? We were using the cyborg. We weren't using a legendary class, man. That's right. Okay, 1 second. The 5th part on the pearls. I was just gonna post it to Reddit. I'll include. I've got a video coming out about pearls tomorrow, though, so I'll probably include it. Dude. I was rolled to your side. Oh, we could probably make this work. My saves are all fucky, though. Wait for me. Let's go see if this looks good. This should, on paper, be pretty strong. I know you're a big Rocket League guy. Would you play on stream? I've played Rocket League on stream. It's the tough thing with Rocket League is it's not really it's tough to play and look at chat, interact with chat. You know what I mean? Because like you know, it's such a fast-paced reaction game, so it's tough to stream. Because I look over for like 5 seconds to read something and I get scored on. I'm not good enough to like multitask on it, but it is fun to stream.
If I had $1 for every Ripper I killed, I would enjoy that.
All right, this on paper should be pretty good. What rap kit are we using?
Gotta feel dumb getting popped
I don't know what that noise was, but it sounded kind of crazy. Unlucky. Definitely true to aim on. This is a fire sticky bun. It is. I forgot we had this. This is gross. So bad he ran out of ammo. Hey. Let's go try it on Vex. We did this yesterday, but this is a slightly better roll. So maybe it'll help. Oh, fuck. I really just get an achievement? That's crazy. I can't deposit it. Let me see what the roll on Vex is. I don't think you need status effect damage. No, I wasn't trying to scale status effect damage. Just trying to have extra status effects. But no, the dot on it is pretty shit, actually. Question number 1, yes. 2, if so, is the ricochet beneficial in your grenade Harlow build? It technically doesn't hurt. Wouldn't do anything for a single target, though. Honestly, this one's better anyways. Mainly because it's got Jacobs. I think the base damage is higher too. We're gonna try this with Teen Witch instead and build this a bit differently. All right, let's try this. We got a 150 amp Teen Wedge. Amp rep kit. Other 2 pros can drop. Yeah, you can get all of them in a single run. Just got a Jacobs Ripper Roulette, and this thing is crazy. Yup. Yeah, the bot, I've gotten the bot in Corrosive, Fire, and Shock. I've never seen it in Rad or Cryo. Fucking Rad Sticky Bod would be insane on Harlow. I'm actually not positive if that exists or not. I've never seen it in Rad and Cryo.
Can you feel the end approaching?
On this for Amon, still people. Okay. That looked 80 times better than on Amon. It does have rad. Gotcha. That looked way better. We can work with that. Does anyone have a 5 Grave Thirst? Teen Witch. Everything looks 80 times better than on Amon. You're not wrong. What is the Balon enhancement? Have 100% status of a chance. Spread their status effect. Trying to think if we go Malon here or Jacobs. We should have really high status effect. The only thing with Malon that would be worth is if we could get an additional element on the enemy we're shooting at, which, like, if this was dual element, you technically could, but mine only has a single element. +5 is not possible. It is now. On launch, it wasn't. They recently updated. You can get +5, which is, like, genuinely massive damage increase for Vex. But yeah, like a few weeks ago, that wouldn't be possible, but recently they made it so you can get +5. You have a +5 Grave Thirst, but it's AR damage? I don't care. I would take it. I gotta go farm my own. I think I might drop target prescience here, to be honest, and put more into Bloodletter. Turn into a bot. It's headhunter size, Alu. You have +5 Grave Thirst, Teen Wedge. Let me see. I wonder if bleed counts on this thing's damage increase. 100% damage per status effect on the target. It should. Bleed is considered a status effect, so it should. It does. Okay. Yeah, that I think makes Vex the best user of this. Has there been any significant balance changes? Balance changes are mainly the Dark Beast is fucking crazy now. It's really, really good. And they made certain skills deal true crit instead of fake crit. So like Infinite Crit Harlow is significantly stronger. The Crit knives are technically significantly stronger. We're gonna change this.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Amon, I don't remember when all these changes happened. Amon's significantly stronger at bossing now that he's got basically, I think he's the only character that's got like a quadra dip into damage, which is a little silly. Can we make this work? I don't know if we're gonna be able to make this work. Fuck. So I really want Prismatic Ichor because that gives us an additional status effect, and an additional status effect is 100% increased damage, right? So this is banging for this build. 1 point here, right? Really good. But 90% of our damage is from kill skills, and unless we spec Mortal Terror, we don't have a great way of proccing them. You know what I mean? We're also just like not using a fast-firing weapon. So, like, Mortal Terror might not even be worth... You know what I mean? Like, this is great, but, like, it's great if you have, like, a weapon that shoots relatively quick enough to proc it to get all your stacks. But we're going to suffer on bossing, theoretically, without it. We could put these 5 points... I have 5 points right now anywhere, technically. +1 prismatic technically gives us an additional bonus element. So, like, I don't hate that. But then, like, what the fuck do we do with these points? Would that not proc on multiple pellets? I don't have multiple pellets, though. I just a sniper that shoots 1 shot every 2 blue moons. You recommend Heirloom, Rainbow Vomit, then swap to Sniper. That's creative. I don't know if that would be all that much more damage, though, for what we're losing. You know what I mean? Like, that's, what, like maybe 2 or 3 extra status effects? We could try it. I mean, that's creative as fuck. I like it. But that would be, like, only for bossing. You know what I mean? That's not gonna be enough. You could get enough points to go Mortal Terror plus kill skills there. Could also just go pure damage. Oh, let's try kill skills. I'm curious. That gives us Drinkful and then 4 Mortal Terror. So we get Grave Implements. We've got Grave Assault. Got Grave Fiends. Heirloom. Do. Oh, ba. Oh, yeah, you're right. Key Mine would be solid. I technically would want a Rainbow Vomit that is different than mine. Corrosive Radiation Shock, Corrosive Incendiary Shock. Like, I guess we try this one. Do. Cool, I dig it. Give him a little bit more crit chance. Alright, this is either going to be really sick or genuinely terrible. No in between. You're gonna make a Vex build for the Conflux? That's literally what we're working on right now. Dux! Thank you for the 77 months. Thank you. How you doing, Dux? 77 months is wild. Enjoying a month of ad-free viewing. Sub only section of the Discord, and thank you for being part of the Forbidden.
No, that's a lot of
I was wondering why that notification didn't go off. It's because we were still in our recording scene. Well, yeah, but the minions won't use the spread. Long-ass work trip. I feel that. I had a work trip every weekend for like 4 weeks in a row. It was crazy. I think technically a Ripper roll on the sniper to fire it quickly would be nice. We're gonna have a lot of fire rate increases that aren't really gonna do much. You're disappointed no level cap increase? This would have been a better time to do the level cap increase than with the new DLC, in my opinion. Yo, pretty good. Pretty good. I didn't even like do that correctly. You're in the Avatar class, man.
Remember, they don't let me cut on folks no more.
Can you feel the dark? Oh, you know what? Wow. Why can't I get to my sniper? Incredible. Oh, that's a fail. Teen Witch isn't actually doing anything for us here. Like, the only reason to really run Teen Witch... I mean, it's a good class mod, but the real reason to run it is if you're going Blood is Power. If you're not going Blood is Power, then we could run something else, actually. Bloodshot wouldn't be terrible. It's giving amp. Yeah, it is. But yeah, I mean, we couldn't. I think. Well, I guess we'll say it made a lot more sense when we were not this deep into blue.
Aw, does this hurt your soul?
He needs to be close enough to get hit by our Spectre, which he is not doing. Spectre also, you know what I mean? In terms of weapons we could give the Spectre, Rainbow Vomit's gotta be one of the worst. Off of the pure fact that they literally are gonna need to be point blank to hit them. So far the attempt with the Teen Witch looked the best though. Don't you have a good Alchemist? Alchemist, I don't know. We're not really trying to scale our status effect damage. We're just using status effects as a way to give us additional damage, if that makes sense. Like, we get 100%, get 100% increased damage. Off of each status effect.
Don't look now.
I need Origo to, like, not be so far away. Still worth it for the amp. It certainly looked better. Let's see. But also, like, this is gonna come. This particular kill is very RNG, because he would need to be close to the gun. We should go try the other guardians.
Here comes the pain.
Yeah, I mean, that amp is crazy. Oh god, maybe we stick with Dinwich. He didn't even get dotted with still more damage. Which makes me kind of lead to believe that maybe we don't need the whole setup. The setup might be too gimmicky. We're gonna try something real quick. Say fuck it and just go back to our other setup. Spectre's like technically decent for proccing kill skills though. I'm just curious if that does boss damage or not. Do I get this map bug so often? Because, like, I could also just shoot them with the rainbow vomit myself and then swap weapons. You know what I mean? Like, the idea of the minions using it is neat. But, like, yeah, I don't know. I feel it's going to be too gimmicky. Gun build is still viable. Yes, that build is really strong, but I'm gonna be honest with you, it's one of the most gear dependent builds that I've ever put out. You like really want specific rolls on gear to make that build really shine, and that gear is not easy to get. But that gun aim on build fucks. It's just it's like nowhere near as easy to get as strong as like Infinite Crit or like Ranger Rafa or something like that.
Neutralize.
All right, let's see. Oh, by the way, I gotta pick up loot here or something because we're out of gold on this character. Oh shit, I forgot the crit knives. We gotta be like faster on that. Hey, look, a siphon wants. Oh shit, you know, we should just mark for junk. And over. Wait, what's this one? 1-5. That's like way worse. We gotta sell some shit. I'm broke. Anybody need a 34K spread launcher? Alright, we can afford things now. Surprising no one. Leave me alone! Alright, our rotation's gonna be really fast here. We gotta buff, swap, basically do everything that we need to do before he spawns. Thought so. So we're gonna pump this, pump this, crit knife, throw those, sniper swap, mid. Oh, fuck. This character's not on UVH6. Oh, that's annoying. We literally just got our other Vex save to UVH6. Now we're gonna have to get this one to UVH6 unless we're gonna transfer all of our gear over. Oh, I haven't tried the server slam. I haven't heard. I heard it's not much different than the alpha though, and I thought the alpha was not good. Am I farming for a Watts? No, I was testing build stuff. How many Vexes do you need? I have way too many. I have a nutty waterfall grenade I use for everything. Do you have a grenade Rafa build? I do have a grenade Rafa build. Yep. Hey, it was called a Rafa-geddon. It's on the YouTube. Do I have Bloom Reaper accepted? I don't think so. No, I've got like 4 Vex saves I use. I gotta get every single one of them to UVH6. A pain in my ass. Wait, it looks like I do. It did accept it. Oh, maybe not. Or just rage baiting? Really? Okay. You working on a new Vex build? I am, yeah. Anything more than human.
Hey, want to throw a holiday party?
Come on. Over here, we have a demon to hunt. Well, I say we, more you.
A what now?
A ray?
We're gonna go do a big like bank cleaning stream soon. That'll be fun. Do you know what the best Teen Witch role will be after the hotfix? +5 Grave Thirst, probably 2 in the green skill. I forget the name of it. This thing, conjunction. Agra, have you been enjoying it? Dude, I gotta get our, like, mouse, whatever, key things back so we can do super jumps again. I miss doing them. My, like, Logitech software just stopped working. I tried to fix it and never did. I've been able to, like, super jump in so long. Can I join you to kill Bloom Reaper? Not on this character. I don't know if this build's gonna be able to kill Bloom Reaper. Unless you want to carry. But I'm not sure if this is going to go very well, to be honest with you. We're definitely not platinuming it. Sorry to the YouTube crowd. We are listening to music. I am not psychotic. Maybe a little. I do need UVH6. Get the pearl from the DLC. The start of the first mission. The Ordinate Processor. First Eigenburst drop with Jacobs. Hell yeah. That is insanely lucky. Well, I mean, the thing is, I've got like a bunch of different saves, and I've got like 15 Harlows, because swapping between builds is so annoying. But in making a bunch of saves, I've like technically made shit more annoying and harder, because like, if I want to get Harlow to UVH6 and unlock this DLC, if I do it on one Harlow, then I want to go play a different Harlow build, I gotta go run the other Harlow save through UVH6 and do the new DLC. You know what I mean? Like, we literally just did this yesterday. We did a Vex, or not yesterday, today. We did a Vex kill. We might have to pull out a sticky bod for this. Let's try with the sniper. If it doesn't work, we can sticky bod it up. My hopes are not high. Also, I don't think these crystals can be dotted, so RIP build. Nah, dude, they can't be dotted. Ah! Wait, never mind. We got some bleeds. Yeah, we're definitely not getting the platinum. you still immune, bro? Nice. Boom, 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 boom.
Woo! Feels good.
Hey, sick. Woo. I don't know how we got a second win there. Well, honestly, that looked better than I was expecting it to. You know I'm burnt. Rougher than you thought? Really? I was not expecting much. I think our current setup is very burst dependent. Anything that's an extended fight's not gonna look pretty. You know what I mean? Like, in a perfect world, we apply our dots and then shoot our gun, and then the enemy's dead. But having to constantly cycle back and forth between that because they'd have more health is just going to mean a massive slowdown in DPS. Oh, the dots would do more. Yeah, not really. This will be interesting. Wait, how come we don't have UVH6? You don't need to platinum it to get UVH6, do you? Am I dumb? Did I, like, not turn in the mission or something? Mission's done? We did it. We killed it. We looted. Wrath of Bloom Reaper completed. What the fuck? You should try without Ichor. Only 5 in blue, but still use Spectres to stack kill skills. I don't hate that idea. I mean, we don't really need Ichor if we're using the vomit, but it would be nice for mobbing. Well, we're not, like, anywhere near done with this. We're just messing around with stuff. Where the fuck is UVH6, though? Didn't pick up the quest. I did pick up the quest. We completed it. It's literally in our mission replay. Wrath of Bloom Reaper. Completed. Think I need to kill Bloom Reaper again? Am I getting scammed? This has never happened on any of my characters. Granted, we don't usually kill Bloom Reaper that slowly, but... Check challenges? Defeat Ultimate Bloom Reaper. Invincible in UVH5 to unlock UVH6. Yeah, I mean, we literally just did that. What the fuck? You heard someone on K6's chat had this happen? You pick up the mission. Yeah, it's completed. Did they resolve it? We're doing a bod this time. I'm not waiting that whole time to get this. What's a solid build for her? Infinicrit. Here you can go left in the skip. Wait, what? Like this way? I don't have a keybind to a super jump though, so I don't know if I can make that. Maybe because you died at the end? Maybe? I died after he died, though. He, like, died and left that poison on the ground, and then I died. Jacob's Ripper or Jacob's Daedalus? Speaking of the Dark Beast, do I have one? This character doesn't have our good Daedalus enhancement. For the bod. Unlucky. What fucking gear is on you? I got like 5 order, a Tedior. This game is... this save is fucked. Alright. Oh well. Oh shit! I thought we killed him.
That's my pattern.
I hate seeing
Gotcha.
No. Thank you. Wow, that's crazy. He's one jab. Hey, there we got 6. I'll call him. Playing any Resident Evil tonight? I don't think so. If we didn't have anything to do, yes, but we could potentially finish this build tonight, which would be sick. It'd be cool to make a build for each of the pearls, even if the build isn't like great. Just like, hey guys, like if you want to use the pearl, here's a new setup. Just like, you know what I mean? Doesn't need to be better than any of our other setups. People are looking for things to do, and new builds would be things to do.
You're about to be digitally altered.
They got rid of the flamethrower bug, didn't they? I feel like they went at that like multiple times, and I don't remember if it ever ended up getting totally fixed or not. Yeah, Melanie, the shotgun's like a 7% drop rate, and the sniper's a 1%. So it is much rarer. I've probably got over 10 of the shotguns and 2 snipers. Fixed extra projectiles? Yeah. Heaven will save me. Then you let me save. Let me save. Fortunately, we don't have like a corrosive override for this gun. Can confirm, flamethrower bug still works. Shocker. That's the least shocking news of the day. That's crazy. Why is this thing not shooting straight? We had very good damage, and then I whiffed like a bunch of shots. No, they did put in the patch notes, but a lot of times the things that they patch don't actually end up changing. Bung. This being a radiation one is really not helping us. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Let's change up the strats. Ooh. Four Grave Thirst on Direwall? Non-terrible. Dun, dun. We're gonna try Spectres to prom. I see our ratio. Let me ocean. I think there should be shiny pearls. That'd be cool. It's kind of like a why not. I only wanted to be part of something. No light in the distance. We could also go no blue tray. But I kind of want to try it with the kill skills. I think that's how we get the most damage out of this. I just don't love losing this, but like... Let's see. see if that looks any better. If we can kill the big corrosive boss with a radiation weapon, I'll be pretty happy with that. You can't repeat it. You had to restart the entire mission over and over again. You can't just like sit there and farm it. You did not complete the mission? You have to do the whole DLC once, and then you can replay the first part of it over and over again. Those Spectres just got absolutely nuked. Jesus. Let's go try on the other boss that we're not at losing 50% of our damage to. Didn't look worse, but it didn't look really better either.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Oh man, so the 49 months, appreciate
What's
that.
this button do?
What the button do? It resubs. What's the god roll for the bubble? Ripper Daedalus shotgun if you have infinite ammo. If not, probably Jacob's Daedalus shotgun if you have an infinite ammo build. If not, Jacob's Ripper. The sniper isn't bad on Rafa with Peacebreaker elements. Gotcha. Holy fuck, how did I just do that? Wait, what? Huh, wait.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
What? Already have. Thank you for the gifted sub. Appreciate that. The skip, dude. Just happened to us. We hit this thing, and then I did a little like bunny hop skim, carried the momentum into that thing, and that just yeeted us.
kill him, son. Thought we had the dot damage. Yeah, I mean, it looks good when we're not at a 50% damage penalty.
When you for sale, baby. Remember, they don't let me cut on folks.
I made this for you. Build it.
Oh, you'll be back.
Day I will wake up. I have one more build idea I want to try. Do one more kill on this guy.
Did you see the sunrise? Have a curve.
The dots from the rainbow vomit are like cool, but it like lasts like 2 seconds. They go away so fast. I'm thinking I want to see if we can send full green tree and then just back into the dot duration in blue and see if that is comfy. Ah, fuck. For some reason, I was thinking that was duration. Doesn't she have a duration thing? Or am I crazy?
Lingering payload. Just aim on. Harlow's got duration as well. And her tier 3 of her red trim. I think that means we try red then. This doesn't need to be keen mind. I can go drink. The big issue now is we're basically relying on them. The rainbow vomit isn't ideal. But that should be the most damage we can squeak out while it's up.
So bad now.
And got UVH6, been trying for 2 days now. Trying for 2 days for what? Can Pearl's World drop? Only from Ordinite enemies. Like, you could kill a random Ordinite enemy in the DLC and it could drop you a Pearl, but it won't drop from, like, one of these dudes. Has to be an Ordinite enemy, but it could technically be from any Ordinite enemy. Like, the bosses couldn't... It doesn't need to be from the Ordinite processor. You could kill Stone Demon and he could drop you a Pearl. Yo, we're getting kind of good at that. I don't think we're going to quite make it, though. Okay, wrong gun.
Make a graceful exit, won't you?
Gotta make that cleaner. I don't know. Losing prismatic seems a little silly. It's like kind of a cool thing for this, and like makes Vex unique. Prismatic giving up to 300% gun damage. Yeah. Seems like a mistake to not include. It's also a huge quality of life for mobbing, you know what I mean?
Last call for request. Done? Excellent.
That's gonna be our best kill. Okay. I see a route for us. We're gonna use like the new sniper. Have we done anything with Rafa? Well, we messed around with a Mercurius on him, but didn't like full send anything. Alright, so we definitely want prismatic weapons. I think we leave it there. The 1 point in prismatic, I think, is probably worth. Okay. Like that a lot. That should be really cozy. How many phosphines do you have? No idea. Do I have enough iridium to do an Ordinite challenge? Nope. Unlucky. I'm gonna have an updated Ranger Rava. It would be fun to do like a just a full speed Rafa build with the Mercurius. Maybe we'll work on that next. That also sounds cool. Because you'd spec differently if you're gonna use that gun versus like normal Ranger Rafa. Well, we tried the sniper on Amon first, but it kind of sucked, unfortunately. Fuck, our specialization points are all fucky. I don't have iridium to respec yet, though. I just want to see what this looks like. Any builds the Conflux is good on. The one that we are crafting for it literally this second. Elemental Eater to the one element I have. Yay! That's crazy. Oh, you know what? I do have another one. It is. Just gonna pretend like he doesn't exist. This elemental eater guy really fucked us up. How does the Pearl Ellie not swap on Eater? You know, that would be neat. That would make them helpful. Oh my god, he's still alive. Alright. Sit up, lock in, and do this.
I'm here to take you away.
Nice, dude. That looked pretty fucking sick. Holy.
Remarkable.
Pretty good for mobbing. Pretty good for mobbing. I don't even have the specialization that would make this crazy for mobbing, which is one shot, one kill. It would store excess damage and give us so much more damage. I just don't have fucking enough iridium right now. We gotta go farm some bounties.
I must admit, I do enjoy working with you, Vault Hunter. In fact, I have a new job for you. A vile creature needs eliminating as soon as possible.
20k. I mean, I farmed 40,000 on Harlow in an afternoon, but I just like couldn't be bothered on the other characters. I'm very close to just installing one of those Iridium mods and getting a ton. $40k is crazy. You want to know why we farmed 40k Iridium in one sitting? It was the day that they were doing a patch, and it was supposed to be like a major patch, and it was supposed to go live at noon, and it didn't happen until like 7 p.m. And so I was just sitting here waiting for the patch notes, and I didn't have anything to do. So it just did literally like 7 hours of vile bounty farming as efficiently as fast as we could go, and farmed like 40,000.
Vault Hunter, I have a vile creature for you to deal with.
You can't get Infinigrid to work for bossing. Well, you're doing something very wrong. Oh, what gun are you using? I mean, it doesn't need stickies, but stickies are OP for single target.
Help you with that crazy. Salutations.
You know, on paper, if we wanted this to kill vile enemies or ordinate enemies, we should go Piercer 3. I don't think the viewer ADI, I don't think the goal of this weapon is one taps, though. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many other guns that have way higher base damage. I guess technically you could try to go for one taps with the, you know, if you're going for a lot of pre-procking status effects. Like pre-proc status effects, then rep kit, then shoot. That could work. That is not the enemy we needed to kill. Where the fuck is a bat Jason? Sir, what is this? Where's my bod? Incredible. You're getting no ammo regen. He's on Infinicrit, not Ranger Rava. Are you spec'd into the green skill right here that gives you a 15% chance to refund ammo? Is your skill tree messed up? Are you not level 50?
It's you and me, champ.
Stupid gun.
Stop shooting my ride!
Yeah, we got Pearls back. New first ever paid DLC. How's Amon? The same? It's not technically true. Amon's got a quad dip and can do billions of damage now with the right setup. They fixed some of the performance stuff. That they definitely have, yeah. The weapon effect dips into bleed. It does benefit from the bleed. Like if it gets the 100% increased damage from a bleeding enemy.
And only a Vault Hunter is strong enough to handle it.
I don't think so.
But things can't be helped sometimes. I hope you enjoy your
We got enough iridium. Cool. Putting your Jacob's hands, absolutely. But you'd want to farm it from Bloom Reaper. Fanatic, thank you for the new T1. Enjoy your new emotes. After viewing some of these sections of the Discord, what level been?
No, that's a lot of damage.
Invasion. In the world, in the world. So I'd say
Be my solid ground. I just think we're gonna get rid of these Daredevil points and go one shot, one kill. Should be nice. When's the new character coming out? Next month. We should be able to do this. World is falling down. I don't think you can get pearl shinies. Yeah, we're gonna do level 1 on cash for sure. Take it away from me. It doesn't make a ton of sense to go into kill skill stacking if we're gonna try to one shot, but I think we're gonna shoot with the Rainbow Vomit first. So like, I don't hate that. I need one blunt shot, yeah. How do you beat Sturmdrang? Like, how do you kill them? Or, like, where do you find them? They should just have new phosphine challenges for each content that's introduced. Like, every new piece of content has a phosphine challenge, but that phosphine challenge is separate from the base game phosphine challenge and gives you a unique skin. That would give, like, the hardcore, like, phosphine grinders so much new loot, or so much new content to do. You know what I mean? Just give us, like, mini phosphine challenges, and then the people that want to do that, like, that'd be fucking sick. You know what I mean? And it'd also be so much more like, what's the word? digestible. Like, you know, if you're playing the game and you're booting up and you're like, yo, you gotta get this, you gotta get like fucking 60 something guns phosphine to get this skin. You're like, okay, that seems impossible. But there's this other cool skin. You just need to get 12 phosphines. Still a pretty cool skin, not as cool. But if you get 12 phosphines of the DLC, you also get a cool skin. You know what I mean? Maybe it's fucking lava on your gun for the stone demon. Like, that could be sick. All right. I don't know if this is gonna work. I wonder if you could get an order roll on this sniper rifle, and then you could do the order shenanigans with the one-shots. Imagine if we do one-shot him. I think we're gonna do a fourth of his health bar, is my guess. Okay, well, kind of need to hit the bloodshot.
Survival not.
Sad. We got a rainbow. Speccing into prismatic technically would probably have been pretty good for the rainbow. It's still like an extra element. What the fuck? Do this. Pump that. Still hits hard, but what's the dough shot god roll? Ripper Torg. Have we seen this skin yet? I've never seen anyone with it legitimately. There are people that do have it now, but I've seen like screenshots. Never seen it like actually in game.
Oh, I'm sure I'll find a use for. Why don't you come on back real soon?
Without the bank space, hopefully. Run up a grave on my past. Is the Watts the best shield or fireworks? I would take those Watts over the fireworks any day of the week. Fireworks is nice for mobbing and can, like, if you don't have a good gun build, you know, it'll kill stuff on its own. But if you got a good setup, I would take the Watts any day. Use this triple amp roll. That way we if we miss, it's like not the end of the world. Is the watch purely because amp and siphon? You know? The watch also has 25% bonus shock damage. It's like other shields can get amp siphon, but no other shield gives you a bonus element. Also, armor shields can't roll amp or siphon. So like that narrows it down to shields, and then of the shields that can roll that actually give it additional good effect, the watch is just the best. If that procs on a dotted... Alright, last kill, last kill. This is interesting, but I think our other setup was better. You're kidding.
Last time you'll see me like that.
Let's get too high, reach a new high. But Jacobs also rolled dead sniper swap, but it doesn't show on the card. Yup. Yeah, it's a real issue. What I think the best build for Harlow is, I like Infinite Crit. That is my favorite build. Insane damage, unkillable, infinite ammo, infinite crit. It literally has 0 weaknesses. Bio launcher pistol. What about it? Oh, for a corrosive dot? Dude, that's so much setup, though. You Via Launcher into a Rainbow Vomit, into an Amp Roll, into a... You know what I mean? Like, I'm not doing that. Dark Souls ass setup. Yeah, it's a debuff. chip. I know nothing you run away. The same old things to say. And you coming home. Even if I had to die for you. What are we calling this? Conflux Vex? I don't want to call it Sniper Vex because we have a different Sniper Vex build. Looking for the best gun. Sticky Bud. Ripper Roulette's also really good. Jacob's Dark Beast is really good. The new Pearl Shotgun's pretty good. You really can't go wrong. Katagawa's... Wait, not Katagawa's. What the fuck is the name of the... Is it Katagawa's? I'm blanking on the name. Yeah, Katagawa's. Yeah, sorry, I'm singing to myself right now. There's music on Twitch. Flux capacitor bags. I don't get it. Alchemist nade. That's not a bad idea. I don't think it outweighs crit knife though, especially because crit knives are true crits now. Kind of depends on the boss if they've got an easy spot or not. It's really a bummer we don't have any cool like Malawan firmware. All right, so both are terrible names, but like intentional. What do you like more, Pearl Vex or Conflux Vex? Could you get the new Pearl Sniper with Daedalus Shotgun? Can it roll Daedalus Shotgun? Sinew Vex? Conflex? Pearl Flux? Is Convex stupid? Convex is good. But then it's going to be Convex Vex. I don't know. I don't hate it. At least it's a little bit more creative than Pearl Vex. You know what I mean? Explain any better. Convection. I think I like convex more. Gigawatts. No, you gotta stay away from anything watts focused. It's a different build. Like, what do you look for in the attachments? There's a few that are pretty good. There's a few specific underbarrels if you're looking for underbarrels, spread launchers. I'm blanking on some of the names. But for the most part, you're looking for role combinations. Jacobs is almost always good. Anything that has slow fire rate or awkward shooting can usually be fixed with a Ripper part. So if it's like, man, this gun shoots really slow or it's really awkward to use, Ripper usually fixes that. If the weapon's lacking in single target damage, you usually look for Torg. If you're trying to make it work for a specific elemental build, you could look for Malwan, and then you kind of find different combinations of those things, and all of a sudden you get a good weapon for your build. In general, though, most weapons will massively benefit from Jacobs, because it just means that the gun hits more enemies when you're shooting it. And then the rest is, the like other part is usually depending on what you're looking for. All right, I'm going to record this real quick. Yo guys, what is up? Max in our Borderlands 4 video, and today we're going over a new Vex build. This is going to be convex. Basically, I wanted to make a new build with the new sniper rifle, the Conflux. This reads the Sinew perk that it rolls with, that you deal 100% damage per status effect on the target. There are multiple characters that would benefit from this. However, Vex has some very easy ways to get extra elements. So does Amon, so does Harlow, so does Rafa. So definitely some other options you could use on the other characters. However, on this build, I really wanted to focus on Vex. In my mind, she is the like sniper character. And I do plan on making a few builds for like specifically trying to utilize the pearls to the best of their ability. So while this build isn't going to like be stronger than like Watt Witch or my other Vex builds, it's definitely unique and it's still strong enough to do all of the content on UVH6. So this build is definitely strong, but like it's not quite as strong as my other Vex builds. But I did want to kind of showcase it because it's unique and it utilizes the new pearl to allow you to do all of the content in the game. Hope you guys enjoyed the breakdown. Let's do this. So, to start us off, the Conflux sniper rifle is currently the lowest drop rate of all of the pearls. The pistol is a 100% drop rate from the new mission. The shotgun is a 7.5% drop rate. The Conflux is like a 1% drop rate. So getting this thing is pretty hard. I don't have any good rolls for it yet. The main thing that I've been looking for is Jacobs. I've heard that this thing can roll dataless shotgun, which would be such a huge quality of life improvement for this thing, because the biggest issue with this sniper rifle is its very low fire rate. It fires it's got a fire rate of 2, which is really, really low, which we're going to be buffing up with Vex. She's got some pretty solid fire rate skills. But the big thing that this weapon does is it gets 100% damage per status effect on the target. Now, a lot of characters can proc additional status effects. However, Vex has the ability to proc Bleed. Bleed is considered an additional status effect for this build, which means we get 100% increased damage on Bleed, which Bleed scales off of how much damage we do. So if we're doing more damage, then we proc higher bleeds, and the bleeds with this gun are actually very impressive. And the other thing that Vex has is Prismatic Ichor. This reads that whenever we apply a status effect, we apply another random elemental status effect. This gives us another 100% increased damage with this gun. Plus, we can also pick up Prismatic Weaponry, which gives us another bonus element, which can lead to other random status effects. And so all of that, plus points into Blood is Power with Essence Leech, is going to give us a bunch of extra bonus damage, and we can get even more bleed procs with Enhancement. So basically, this is weirdly a build that does a decent amount of status effect damage. However, we're not trying to actually really scale our status effect damage. The goal of this build is to use status effects to proc on an enemy to allow us to hit harder with our sniper rifle. technically, therefore, our status effects will do more damage, but we're not really scaling status effect damage. This gun in of itself has a really poor status effect dot. Even on a shock roll, it's like, less than 2,000 dot, which is terrible. So the whole goal of this weapon isn't really to proc huge dots. We will get some satisfying bleeds, but the real thing that we're looking for is to proc a bunch of dots on an enemy and then have this sniper rifle hit pretty hard and have enough fire rate so that it actually kills things relatively quickly. Now, there's a lot of cool things that you can do with the sniper rifle, and just shooting it yourself is pretty solid. However, there is another weapon that is really great when paired with the conflux, and that is the Rainbow Vomit. The Rainbow Vomit rolls 3 random elements. It is really solid at proccing these elements, and if you can get the Rainbow Vomit in 3 different elements than your conflux, then you can kind of prime targets or like prep them for your damage. Not going to be something you're doing against bosses. We're going to be relying, on mobs. We're going to be relying on our like random procs and our bonus elements to do good damage against mobbing targets. But for bossing, you can just pull out a Rainbow Vomit and shoot an enemy, and then they're all of a sudden they're primed for damage. Then shoot the conflux at them, and all of a sudden, just by like default, you're basically doing like 400% increased damage. So keeping a Rainbow Vomit on you, I think, is really important to get the most out of this weapon. Not really needed for mobbing, but for bossing, it is helpful. For our skill tree, technically, I'll probably leave in the description an additional skill tree if you just want to boss on this thing, because I didn't come up with a skill tree that was super great for mobbing and bossing. In my mind, this gun is definitely better at mobbing than it is bossing. The big difference with the like bossing build that I put together for it is we spec down to Mortal Terror so that we could activate our kill skills. Right now with this setup, we're definitely a little bit more spec'd for mobbing, off of the simple fact that our kill skills are only going to be proccing when we're killing enemies. And so I will have a link down in the description to an additional skill tree if you just want to use this for bossing. However, in my mind, this is just a better mobbing weapon. There's so many other crazy good bossing weapons you could use on Vex that this one doesn't really compete in that regard, but it actually is quite good at mobbing when your kill skills are procced. So for our skill tree, we're going to be putting 1 point into enhancement. This gives us bonus kinetic damage. This is a unique instance of damage that in of itself can proc bleeds. We've got a slow firing weapon, so we want as many bleed procs as possible. Then we're getting grave sights and grave implements, both kill skills that we're going to stack up to deal a lot of extra damage with our gun, plus grave power gives us even more kill skills. And then we're going to Ars Arcana for extra skill damage, which increases our bleed. Grabbing Essence Leech for extra lifesteal, and Blood is Power is going to give us a bunch of extra bonus damage with this weapon. Then in the blue tree, we're going into Idle Hands to get extra reload speed, Cold Iron for a little bit of extra gun damage. Personally, I went Grieve Assault here. One of the big downfalls of this weapon is its slow fire rate. This feels way better to me than some extra status effect damage. Once again, we're not really scaling status effect damage as like the bulk of our damage. It's more status effects as utility. Grave Fiends gives us all damage dealt, which is huge. And then we can get Prismatic Ichor for the additional procs of status effects, so that we can, if we're shooting at something for a long time, we're going to be getting ramping damage on them. And then Prismatic Weaponry, just for an additional extra bonus element on our gun. Our action skill of choice is going to be Incarnate. This gives us the always active action skill so that we get way more damage with Blood is Power from Essence Leech. This doubles our like lifesteal while we have our action skill active. You can use Spectres with Coven. However, with this particular setup, we don't have a ton of survivability for them, so there would really only be for bosses, and then you lose out on your like extra bonus damage. But you can use Spectres. We even tried to use Heirloom with the Rainbow Vomit so that you could have a Spectre that's proccing dots constantly. The only thing is, it just like is so unreliable with the Spectres, especially because the Rainbow Vomit shoots like literally 2 feet. That you just place the Spectre right next to the boss, and then the boss will kill the Spectre, and it just wasn't reliable enough, in my opinion. It was like a little too gimmicky. So that's kind of why we're going the route that we're going. And then personally for mobbing, I like Grave Harvest. It gives you more action skill restore. For bossing, you can put on Witchy Trigger Finger. Are Pearlescents supposed to be legendaries or no? Because you got a blue one. Pearlescents are pearlescent. They're like a teal color. They're blue. They're not legendaries. That's what separates them. For our gear, the main thing you're looking for is the Rainbow Vomit to prime enemies, and then the Conflux is your sniper rifle. Ideally, you roll a Conflux with an elemental override that complements itself. So, for example, if you get a like shock override, you'd want like a corrosive Conflux. Having radiation and shock override doesn't really do anything for me because I am not really gaining any benefits. So ideally, you're having kind of 2 like conflicting elements like rad and cryo, or like fire and shock, or fire and corrosive. Unlucky on my part, and then you're going to want to look for Jacob's roll plus Daedalish Shotgun, I think is going to be the god roll. For mobbing, I like using a Kill Spring for some extra blood siphoning and healing. It's a little overkill. The triple bypass is also great to get your action skill back, and for bossing, we'll use a shiny war paint with chrome and enrage. For your grenade, you have 2 options. If you don't like the throwing knife, just use any grenade that has the alchemist roll. You can get an additional elemental status effect from an alchemist grenade, and then you throw that, proc an additional 100% damage. The crit knife is really strong because it also not only debuffs, but it gives you true crits on enemies, which is really strong. We're not spec'ing to crit chance, so the throwing knife's our main source of crit on this current build. Then we're also using a Teen Witch. Teen Witch was recently buffed. You can now get 5 points into Grave Thirst. This is a significant damage increase for Vex, so look for 5 Grave Thirst Teen Witch. Watts for Dinner is also great here with the additional amp. By the way, you could use the Undead Eye here, and I think the Undead Eye is solid for this build. However, in messing around, I had more success, more survivability, and more damage with the Teen Witch. The big thing with this sniper rifle is, like, inherently, we're not really quite going for a one-shot build. A lot of times we're going to be shooting an enemy once or twice to proc our status effects and then do our big damage. And I think the Undead Eye really shines when you are like more so going for like a Jacob's one-shot build. And the Teen Witch shines for anything that you have to shoot more than once. So I found the Teen Witch to be a little bit better on this particular sniper. But like if you're using like a Jacob's one-shot thing, you could use the other one. Watts for Dinner with amp. This is just a crazy synergy. If you don't have a 150 amp, at least look for a amp roll. Doesn't need to technically be a Watts for Dinner, but because we're always going to have our shields full, we'll always have amp, which is huge extra damage for us. And then I was using a hat trick for the extra ricochets for mobbing and the stacking crit damage. That is why we were looking for a Jacob's roll. There are like Malawan status transfer things that you could look for. However, I just don't think it's totally necessary. It would be quality of life, but I went for the Jacobs for the extra mobbing. And if we're ricocheting extra projectiles, and those projectiles have status effects tied to them, we're going to be sharing status effects anyways, and then we get the extra Jacobs damage. So that is why I went for a Jacobs enhancement. They changed it to true crits. It's like buffed. For our specializations, we're going to want Riddle You This for the extra gun damage. Contamination is super important. This gives us way more status effect application chance. One shot, one kill will allow you to like overkill enemies and then store that damage. And then I was using for mobbing now with caffeine, so you can get your action skill back faster. For bossing, you can spec into I Am a Gun with the like other skill tree setup. But for the most part, we're rocking now with caffeine, and that is our specializations. You can get Daedalus on the Pearl Sniper. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. Lastly, for our firmware, I was rocking 3 Deadeye, 2 High Caliber. Note that if you do want to use this build against the Ordinite enemies, if you're specifically trying to farm Ordinite activities, you're going to want to go for 3 High Caliber, and then you could go 2 Deadeye. The reason 30 high caliber is really good against the Ordinite enemies is it will over-penetrate the crystals. If you're fighting Vile enemies and you're not using a splash weapon, it's literally torture. However, high caliber 3 will allow you to hit multiple crystals in a single shot. So kind of depending on what activity you're going to be playing would change up the kind of firmware that you're going for. For a lot of this gameplay, I was just doing normal things. But if you want to farm for the Ordinite events, definitely rock high caliber 3. Guys, that's going to do it for the video. I hope you enjoyed. Let me know how you feel about these kind of build videos. This isn't the strongest build or the best build. It's not going to like override your other Vex builds, but it is new, and I hope it breathes some life into the game because build meta has been really stale for a really long time, and I really wanted to like highlight the new weapons with, you know, kind of some build showcases like this. So I do plan to do a few more for the other pearls and some of the other weapons. I'll catch you in the next one, guys. Take care. Peace. Boom. Easy peasy. Oh, you know what? You wouldn't want to use this thing against Ordinite enemies anyways. I take it back. I could put a thing up. But, like, Ordinite enemies can't get dotted, so this gun literally blows cheeks on them. You can't dot an Ordinite crystal. So, like, this gun just doesn't work. Tim, thank you for the 19 months. Appreciate that. I'm gonna go get a beer. New Pokemon Generations game next year. Will it be playable on the old Switch? My issue is I'm genuinely never gonna buy a Switch 2. Where you can find this weapon from the new Ordinite processor events. Shit. I forgot to send this over.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Check it. Through the 10 months. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Zen. I gotta edit this real quick. The devs of the game reached out to Yo guys, what is up? Max here with another video, and today we're playing some High on Life 2. If you don't know High on Life, it is a comedic first-person shooter. I really enjoyed the first one, and the devs at Squanch Games reached out to sponsor this video. In this video, we're going to be playing the first like hour to 2 hours of High on Life 2, giving you some highlights and kind of my first time playing it. It's a really, really funny game, and and it is available now on all platforms. If you're interested in the game, you can do so and check it out in the pinned comment that you can find also in the description. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. Thanks to Squanch for sponsoring this. Let's do it. All right, we are checking out. Secure the bag, Mux. Yup. Well, might have missed the bag, unfortunately. We'll see. Boom. Do the bounty pack on your Amon? Hell yeah. I gotta do that as well. I think we do it on gun Amon. Does difficulty matter for the Ordinite event? I am not sure. You don't need to be on UVH6 to get pearls, but I'd imagine the drop rate's higher. What are your thoughts so far on pearls? You know, I've been really negative on them. And I think they deserve the negativity. But they're not as bad as I thought, if that makes sense. Like, I think their implementation is bad. I think they need to be more unique. But we've now got, like, unique builds with 2 of them. So, like, I don't know. My opinion on them is improving the more I use them. It's crazy we only got 3, though. Yeah. I mean, that's quite literally a throw. He's on the very far right, Zekez. Furthest right you can go. So you just got a plump college fund. You know, he's submitting his applications now. Pupper University. Thought we're getting more than 3. We are. They just only launched with 3. The blood runs cold. 20 bars, no roulette. That's very unlucky. two of the same shotgun. You can get the pistol? Is that even possible? I can show you on the map. I can feel you in my veins. He's right here. Stick along this wall here, and then you'd go right. Boom, boom, boom. What's he majoring in? Puponomics. How come his food is slowing down? You know what's funny is the food that we got for Yoshi right now that he eats is it's got like normal doggy kibble or whatever, and then in it is real pieces of like chicken jerky, and they're like little cubes of chicken jerky, and this little puppy picks them out like marshmallows and then won't eat the rest of his food. And if there's not enough marshmallows in his kibble that we pour for him, he protests. Bev check. I'm drinking a Fiddlehead IPA. I brought this back for me from my trip to Vermont. I have like more Vermont beer than one should own currently. I went on a ski trip with friends. We bought a bunch of Vermont beer, and then like we didn't drink it all, and so now I've got like 2 cases of it. And I don't really like. I mean, I used to, but I don't really like casually drink anymore. Like a night home. I'm only usually drinking if I'm like going out. What is going on with this event right now? Oh, I'm using the fucking wrong gun. That's why. This is our... I was like, dude, we're not killing anything. It's because we didn't have our Jacob's roll on. I was using the wrong one. Whoopsies. Probably a bad idea to have 2 identical looking shotguns next to each other. Incredible G, these are in. Welcome in, welcome in.
Welcome to the ice dome.
Sorry. sense we stop tabbing out.
Here you go.
Boom, boom, boom. Not enough time.
We are destined.
Gravity's on my side.
The shotgun's pretty spicy. It's pretty good with the Jacob's roll. No, if someone drops you the pearl pistol, you won't actually be able to equip it. How do you feel about this activity? I kind of hate it. I think it's good, except for the canister part. If they remove the canister part, it'd be 10 times better. I like the enemy density. I like the mob spawning. Everything's good, except for the picking up of canisters is really stupid and makes it not fun. I mean, I enjoy this activity a lot more than a lot of other things in this game right now. But yeah, the canister is a little silly. I don't mind it being timed though. Like, I like that you kind of have to like lock in and kill things efficiently and quickly. That's fine by me. No way. Oh, we definitely shouldn't pop that anymore. Fuck, as I said that.
Let's make some pearls.
Yeah, they're just so annoying to grab. Like, I swear, half the time I'm looking at them and hitting the thing, and they just don't go. Like, you just don't grab them is my... like, if that was more consistent, I think it'd be fine. My issue is, like, half the time you're looking at them, and then you grapple, and then they don't actually get pulled, do you? Or you, like, melee or something. I don't know. Maybe it's a skill issue. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, we got it. It's not a contest, but actually finish in time, and sometimes they just despawn. You have to shoot the yellow crystals, Charlie. You can only damage them once you blow up all their yellow crystals. Boom, boom, boom. Well, the issue is the canisters also have like 0 weight to them. So like if you're using a splash weapon and like hit the canister with a sticky and the sticky explodes, it'll send the canister flying. That's a big issue. Like if you were to bring like Ordnance Amon in here, I just don't think you would get to see the canisters. They'd just go flying. Is this game good now? Performance-wise, it's a whole lot better. I think the end game is still quite lacking. Boom, 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 boom. If the game had launched like its current state right now, with this performance, a raid boss, pearls, and an endgame activity, we would have been honestly sitting pretty. Like, if this was our current launch product, I'd be much happier. Personally. Dude, that canister just went zooming. Boom, boom. Not a lot of time. This is gonna be cutting it really, really close. He's dead. Okay. That's decent. It's doable. Nice.
It's about to get cold.
18 seconds. He's dead. Wave-based activity and last on picking stuff up. Yeah. The only thing that I don't want them to lose is, like, I don't know how y'all feel about it, but, like, I think this is pretty intense. Like, you need pretty good gear. You need to kill them quickly. You need to, like, kind of keep your eyes open. Like, I think this activity is very engaging. I think the picking up Ordinite canisters is, you know, frustrating and annoying when it doesn't work. But, like, when it does work, it's very, very fast-paced. Is a new character coming out next month? Boom, 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 boom. Where I pull them disappears sometimes. Yup. Yeah. I like when it works, it's fine. It just doesn't work too often. Did they respond to this? No. Doo-doo. But we're about to hit 10 hours on stream today. We did 11 hours. Or did we do 12 or 11 hours yesterday? We've been doing a lot of Borderlands. I'll do one more of these and then maybe we'll head out. Tomorrow we gotta beat the DLC on Amon. It's gonna be the plan, and maybe make a new Rafa build. Boom, boom. Nice. One off the rip is huge. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, Pearl. Buggies. Ooh, we're doing really well on time here. 135 left, and we've already got 4 canisters. Oh shit, I definitely missed one. Boom. A whole minute left. Hey, get the sniper. kind of shit roll, but that's the rarest of them. Maybe new Rafa build tomorrow. It won't be posted on YouTube tomorrow, but we'll work on it tomorrow. This is the first Borderlands edition where I felt comfortable doing post-game difficulty. Hell yeah. Still on UVH1, but enjoying it. There is quite literally zero rush. Take your time. Enjoy it. Have a natural progression. I'm looking to get into Borderlands 4. I played a little on release. Any place to find some good class breakdowns for good specs for the hunters? Exclamation mark YouTube. Yeah, Cash is coming out next month. At least on paper. That's what they said. It should be next month. Boom, 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 boom. Was never visible till I was on top of it. Weird. I'm glad you're excited, Urban. All right, we're gonna head out. GG's. Another like 10-hour stream. Appreciate y'all hanging out. We'll be back tomorrow for some more Borderlands 4. I gotta do the DLC on Amon. Nice part-time stream. I'm making up for the amount of days I missed while I was stuck in Boston. I missed like I don't think we streamed for like 5 days. Actual part-timer. Should we try marathon? We like. I feel like we should. I don't want to spend $40 on it at the moment. So like, we'd probably maybe play it tomorrow after stream. Like do it like Borderlands 4 and then marathon, or do it on Sunday. I don't know. I feel like I'm not gonna like it, but like I feel like we should try it. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Sorry, quitting BL4. Ban him. Ban him! We're gonna go raid Bog, playing some marathon. This guy's hilarious. Alright. Good night, gamers. See you tomorrow. Peace.